What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, November 10th, 2025, and the Buck and I. 2 hours of college football and NFL action. The Longhorns didn't get a ton of help, but they got enough to likely find themselves into the college football playoff bracket tomorrow night. We'll go around the country and also begin our preview for Texas and Georgia. Massive game for the Longhorns coming up just 5 days from now. We'll be talking all about it all week long. We'll get into some NFL. Huge win, a season-saving win for the Houston Texans and Davis Mills yesterday. We will talk about that. We'll also talk a little Texas hoops, both the Longhorn men and women picking up wins over the weekend, and a wild gambling story out of Major League Baseball. So much to dive into from a jam-packed sports weekend, and we appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We're ready to rock and roll on a Monday morning. How are you today, my man?
Doing pretty good this morning, my friend. Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. Broadcasting live from a Holiday Inn Express in Denton, Texas.
That's what I'm talking about. The Express. Nothing like the old Holiday Inn Express, man.
It is 32 degrees. Feels like 27 right now where I am.
It's 38 here. Feels like 38.
And I was at a wedding last night, and it wasn't this cold last night, but it was chilly, and the wedding was outside.
Nice.
Not nice.
Come on, man. Everybody had coats on. It was good.
Yeah,
it was that cold though. You needed a coat.
No, I mean, I didn't pack a coat. I don't really have like a dress coat, you know?
Oh, I know. You don't have like a long secret squirrel spy jacket or anything?
No duster, no spy jacket, none of that stuff. No trench coat. Yeah, I'm not hiding like 2 Kyler Murrays in there with me, like none of that. So, yeah, it was fine. I mean, thankfully, the reception was inside. The ceremony itself was outside. It's probably mid-40s. Thankfully, the officiant went pretty quick. Only 20, 25 minutes or so outside.
Very nice. Well done.
But it was chilly. And look, I felt bad for the bridal party because, I was in a suit and tie, so I at least had a jacket and pants on. But the women in the bridal party were in, like, sleeveless dresses just standing up by the bride on stage. And it's like, dude, they were doing a good enough job making it look like they weren't freezing to death. But I can't even imagine. I was cold in a suit and tie. They had to be dying up there.
Well, that's what they get for having a wedding during football season.
Yeah, they do. And I will give the guy credit. He is one of the biggest Cowboys fans that I know. Poor guy. To the point where I even wore my Dallas Cowboys tie to the wedding, just like in honor of him. But, like, some people get lucky. They'll plan a wedding during the fall, and it just so happens to be during a Longhorn bye week or a Cowboys or Texans, whatever team you root for. I guarantee you the compromise, I'm sure the bride is like, I want a fall wedding. And the guy's like, okay, let me check the Cowboys schedule. When's the bye week? Boom. Okay, it's November 9th. That's when the wedding is going.
Sounds like the right day.
So, I'll still hold it against him that he had a fall wedding, but he's the Cowboys are his team, and he I don't know. I'd prefer
football. Good move by him.
Yeah, I'd prefer to honestly have to miss a Cowboys game. If he wanted to schedule the wedding during a game itself to take me out of my misery, that would have been good. But no, we survived, man. We survived. How was your weekend?
It was all right. I spent about 4 or 5 hours in the hospital yesterday. I woke up and it was really strange. My little grandson was here, so my wife and he went outside to go putt-putt at like 7 a.m. And it was cold out here yesterday morning. So I went to open up the gate down below because they were having a hard time with it. And I went out in shorts, like Batman, almost like shorts to my knees, underwear kind of things that I wear around the house. And I get out there and I came back in and, dude, I started like shaking, like shivering. And I couldn't get the cold out. I mean, I was sitting on the couch and my body was just like shaking, going crazy. And so I'm like, oh my God, I need to go get in a hot shower. get in a hot shower, then my temperature starts to rise. I can tell it's rising. So Joyce takes me to the hospital, to the emergency room yesterday around 9 o'clock. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm in there. My temperature's at 104. My blood pressure, and I don't generally have my blood pressure is really kind of low, in that 70s and stays around there no matter what, surgeries or whatever, it stays really low. It was high. And I go in there and I'm in there for 4 hours, just laying on a little gurney. And they tried to keep me in there last night. And I'm like, there ain't a chance. I thought when I went in there at 9 o'clock, I thought by 4 hours later, I'm thinking it's like 6 o'clock in the evening. I'm missing every game. Doctor says, hey, I'd like for you to stay. And I said, no, I'm not staying. As a matter of fact, I want out of here now. So unplug me. Tell me what's the deal. He says, well, you got a urinary tract infection. And I'm like, okay. So where's the antibiotics? Let's rock and roll. I came home and I just kind of sat around. And dude, I was up to 104, 105 with my temp. It was scary hot. I woke up in the middle of the night and I was taking some stuff again. I took some Tylenol, brought it back down again to 102, and now I'm good. I'm 98, whatever it is. But this infection I have, I got some antibiotics I got to take. I don't know why I get these UTIs. I mean, I don't get that. I mean, I thought girls got it. I know.
How you feeling right now? I mean, you look good. You sound good.
I feel fine. My temperatures, I'm not 102. I mean, I run hot. I run about 100 generally. My body temperature runs around 100, and so then 102 doesn't bother me, but 104 was bugging me.
Yeah,
it was hot. My body was hot yesterday. And I got to that hospital, and that guy said, "We really would like to keep you." And I said, "Where's the papers that I signed to get the hell out of here?" So I signed the paper, got in the car, and kicked it on home. But I'm good. I'm good to go. And part of it, once again, not drinking enough water. I got to drink water. I can't go. And you know what? It's not good. I got all these juices that I drink. The Body Armor that have this citrus taste and all that stuff. I think that goes through me. That makes me pee like mad. I think that's how I get these urinary tract infections. Instead of drinking sweet tea and all that kind of stuff, I need to drink water, period.
That's the best.
I guess, but I've drank a big old thing of water already this morning. But I feel good. I feel fine, but my body was on fire yesterday.
Man, I'm sorry. They didn't have red zone in that hospital. What's the deal?
I didn't even turn the TV on. It was right in front of me, but I was too busy looking at the door saying, plus, they wanted to check me for COVID. They wanted to check for all these different things, and my body was aching, and I'm like, what the hell? Because, I'll never have the flu.
Never have the flu. No.
But he said these UTIs can get you shaking like that, making you feel cold and achy. But I'm good. I'm on the way to recovery. I got the antibiotics now. I can take them twice a day, maybe even take 6 a day. Who cares? This is going.
Man,
I got golf Wednesday. What's wrong with you?
Oh, yeah. You'll be ready to roll by then. You could be having golf today, and I feel like you'd be out there today.
No, I feel pretty good. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you to all you wonderful veterans out there. Appreciate everything that you do for us, all you EMS workers, police officers who take care of us. Thank you, too. We do appreciate what you do, and do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. All right. It was a busy sports weekend, but I want to look towards this coming Saturday. Texas at Georgia, 6:30 Saturday night, between the hedges. It's the Longhorns' first ever trip to Sanford Stadium. Of course, Texas looking for some revenge for the 2 games against Georgia in the 2024 season. And, well, I don't know how much of Georgia-Mississippi State you caught on Saturday, Buck, but those Bulldogs look pretty damn good. That was a beatdown for Georgia in Starkville. If you're a Texas fan, maybe that was your first time watching Georgia this year. Hey, the Longhorns are on a bye, and we play Georgia next week. Let me check out UGA and see what this team is all about. If that was your first time watching them, you're probably terrified for this Saturday because they were dominant in Stark Vegas.
Yeah, they were good. They had it going on all cylinders on Saturday night. They looked good. They ran the ball okay. They threw it okay. They defended really good.
They did everything really good. Buck, they ran for more than 300 yards in the game. That ain't pretty good. That's incredible.
Wow.
Gunnar Stockton threw for 264 and 3 touchdowns. Yeah, the defense played great. It was an interesting start. Mississippi State got the ball first. They marched down the field, scored a touchdown. They went up 7-0. And it's like, all right, well, maybe we have something here. And then later in the first quarter, it's 7-3 at this point. Georgia's about to punch it in the end zone. They fumble at the goal line. Kind of a controversial call that actually went against Georgia. I don't know if we ever see that. And Mississippi State recovers the fumble, and it's like, oh, man, like this could be close here. Like Georgia might be going through what Texas just went through in Starkville a few weeks ago. But that was not the case because after that, it was all Georgia. At one point, the Dogs led 38-7. That was like 5 minutes into the third quarter.
They put it on them, too.
Yeah, and then the final was 41-21, which, I mean, that's bad. That's a blowout, but it wasn't even that close. Again, this was a 31-point game early in the second half. Georgia got pretty much whatever it wanted. They averaged more than 7 yards per play on offense. Mississippi State was so bad that they benched Blake Shapen. He got a little bit banged up. They brought in the backup, Kamario Taylor, but they didn't make the move back to Blake Shapen, even though he was good enough to play. It was that kind of day for Mississippi State, but it was that kind of day for Georgia. And if you're like, again, if that was your first time watching Georgia, you probably heard stories about, Georgia not being as dominant this year. And they barely beat Florida last week, and they struggled with Auburn earlier in the season. Like there were some games where Georgia just looked pretty mortal. On Saturday, they did not. There was no overlook factor for them with the Texas game coming up.
Yeah, they looked like they were tuning up.
Yeah. So does that make you feel better? Like, I know there were some folks, and we talked about this a little bit on Friday. It's like there were Texas fans like hoping Georgia would win because you didn't want to see Georgia coming off of a loss, being like super pissed off and angry and motivated. And we know how Kirby Smart is in those situations. How are you feeling with what you saw from them a couple of days ago?
Might as well be at their best. I'd rather for them to be thinking that they got it going on right now, because that deal, if they would have come off, if they'd have lost that game to that group, you'd know how pissed they would be this week. Practice would not be fun, and they'd be ready to go. So I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I'm still feeling, I don't know. It's just Monday. I need the people to bring me up for this one because I'm not quite there after what I saw Saturday.
Yeah, and the look ahead line that came out late last week was Georgia -5.5. The opening line yesterday was Georgia -6.5. So the line setters in Vegas were impressed enough by what the Bulldogs did against the Bulldogs to up the line 1 point.
I think it's only gonna rise.
I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if some money comes on Texas throughout the course of the week. But look, I mean, Georgia's going to be favored in this game. I don't think it gets down to like less than 5 at the least.
No, I think at the most it'll be 7.
Yeah. I think it'll be kind of in that 5 to 7 range.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I was rooting for Mississippi State on Saturday just because I'm rooting for chaos. I'm rooting for as many teams ranked above and really around Texas to lose as possible. And we'll go around the country, but unfortunately, the Longhorns didn't get a ton of help from a ton of teams in college football. But yeah, that's Georgia coming off of a loss would have been scary. But I think Georgia looking like that's a little bit scarier, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of scary too. You're right.
Yeah, and the one thing we talked about it last week too. Georgia only had 8 sacks in their first 8 games. They had 3 on Saturday, and that defensive line.
Some guys that could.
Yeah, the D line just feasted, and it's Mississippi State. I get that, but Mississippi State's a lot better this year. They obviously gave Texas everything we could handle. They've won a game in conference play this year. Like they're clearly a better team in 25 than they were in 24. And yeah, Georgia just had no problem doing literally whatever they wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, Texas could have got a lot of help. There are a lot of close games over the weekend that were just right there. except for the Aggies. The Aggies did the same thing Georgia did to Mizzou. They beat them. They pulverized them.
Yeah.
It wasn't as close as the score indicated.
38-17, the final. I mean, Mizzou playing with its third string true freshman quarterback. The Aggies are taking advantage of a very favorable schedule. And we'll call a spade a spade. I mean, their schedule was similar and different to what Texas had last year. Texas played a lot of backup quarterbacks. They ended up going up against a lot of teams that finished in the bottom half of the SEC.
Yep.
Like, that's what A&M's getting right now. They're playing a bunch of teams that fired their coach. They're playing backup quarterbacks. Like, they're not playing. You see all of these updated SEC power rankings that come out every Monday, and it's like all of the teams that Texas A&M has played, they're like 9 through 16 in these rankings. So, look, you can only play who's on your schedule. They're taking care of business, but their one SEC game that they have before coming to Austin on Black Friday is South Carolina at home, and South Carolina is another god-awful team in this league. So, look, they're taking advantage of their schedule, but Texas will be one of, if not their hardest game that they have to play this season. So, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, that was some crazy stuff over the weekend. Oregon having to kick Indiana, Oregon. Everybody was living on the edge.
Yeah. And that Indiana Penn State game,
what a great game that was.
Yeah, we talked about how weird it was. Just if you had told anybody before the year that Indiana would be a 2-touchdown favorite on the road against Penn State, nobody would have believed you. And I think most people still were like picking Indiana to cover because Penn State has been so bad and Indiana's been so good. And obviously, what a final couple of minutes. The toe tap touchdown for Omar Cooper, Fernando Mendoza, who didn't have a great game, but obviously was incredible on that final drive to get Indiana the victory. Just there's some destiny on the Hoosier side this year, man. That was an incredible showing by them. Big win.
Yeah, they can play defense. That just showed you that Penn State needed to get rid of James Franklin. That's all.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they had lost 2 games before that against bad teams without James Franklin as their coach. So I don't know. I don't know if it really says that. But they fought hard. They played well. We'll give them that.
They did. For them, pretty inspiring football for that group.
Yeah, backup quarterback, interim head coach. It was an inspired performance. But, I mean, Penn State's 0-6 in the Big Ten.
How about that?
Are we going to sit here and, like, I just know if Texas were to play a game like that, the narrative would be like, oh, Texas sucks. And it's not like, oh, that's a gutsy win against a really talented Penn State team. It's like, no, you just beat a team that only beat Villanova, FIU, and Nevada this year by 3. Congratulations.
Yeah, they've lost 6 in a row, right?
Yeah, they haven't won a Big Ten game. So look, they found a win. Indiana's still unbeaten. This is not to say that they're a bad team. They're 10-0. Their last 2 games are against horrible teams. They're gonna be 12-0 going to the Big Ten title game against presumably Ohio State. But that was closer than it needed to be. And then Oregon, man, that was set up to be ugly, and it was. Rainy game, late afternoon into the evening game. Iowa, we know how they muck it up. And credit to Oregon, man, marching down the field, getting into field goal range. And Atticus Sappington, the name of the Ducks kicker.
Nice job, Sappington.
At the buzzer. Yeah, so, an Iowa win would have helped Texas. A BYU win would have helped Texas. An LSU win would have helped Texas. A Navy win would have helped Texas. Again, we all know the situation. If the Longhorns run the table, we don't need to be caring about any of this stuff. No. But if Texas does lose one of these final 3 games and they end the year 9-3, we're obviously rooting for a bunch of teams to lose to increase the Horns' chances of making the field of 12. And this was not, I guess, credit the ACC for being so bad, Buck.
God, are they bad. Virginia, goodbye.
Virginia and Louisville.
Yeah. Told you couldn't trust Louisville. You know that.
Man, against Cal at home, I didn't think they'd lose that.
Yeah. Hey, get that guy's name out of the hat for these other jobs. Yeah. Might as well just stay right where you are.
That was embarrassing. So that's the good news. I mean, the ACC did not have anybody ranked ahead of Texas in the playoff rankings, but now you feel like that league is going to be a 1-bid league, right? You don't have to worry about 2 ACC teams getting you shouldn't have to worry about any getting in, but the format is what the format is. So somebody from the all cupcake conference will make it. But I don't think anybody should.
I really don't either.
Like, who's the best? I mean, I guess Georgia Tech is the best team in that.
They have one loss. Yeah.
But I'm not really scared of Georgia Tech. Miami might be the best team in the conference, but I don't think they're making the playoff either.
No.
So yeah, the ACC has just played itself out of relevancy these last 2 weeks with everybody who's lost in that conference. So at least you had that. And again, because like you wanted BYU to beat Texas Tech, but because they played each other and somebody lost, when the new bracket comes out tomorrow, Texas, I think, is going to be in. I think they'll be number 10. Last week they were number 11, but they were on the outside because an ACC and a G5 team had to be in. I think this week Texas will be number 10, and they will be in the field for whatever that's worth to anybody.
Does Texas Tech end up playing BYU again for the Big 12 championship?
They could, yeah. I mean, there's still obviously a few weeks left in the regular season, but those two teams could meet again in Arlington. Yeah, that was not a very inspiring performance by the Mormons.
No, they got crushed.
That true freshman quarterback was not ready for that.
Oh, no. He was not ready. He wasn't ready for Lubbock.
No, and you see why Texas Tech was a double-digit favorite. I know why that surprised some folks. It's like number 7 against number 8, and the line's like 12 points. That atmosphere was crazy. And College game day was there. Tech fans camping out since Monday. I'll give them credit. They brought it. That was a wild scene in Lubbock's.
They did. You're absolutely right. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, looking at the Big 12 standings right now, Tech 6-1, BYU and Cincinnati are both 5-1. BYU plays at Cincinnati in 2 weeks, so that could be the game that decides if we do get that Tech BYU rematch. Tech plays UCF in West Virginia. They should go 2-0. They should be perfectly fine. I did see, you get these updated college football, or I should say bowl projections that include playoff projections.
Hey, bowl. We got bowl. We're eligible. Bowl eligible. You got to get bowl eligible.
We're bowl eligible, of course. Thank you, Coach Speak. I mean, we were bowl eligible a while ago.
That's all right. Sun Bowl's waiting, man. You got to get there.
Oh, you're out on Texas? You're saying Sun Bowl?
I'm just saying it's available for you. Could be available. If necessary.
I wasn't going to talk about the Sun Bowl here. I'm not hoping to be in El Paso. No offense to our fine folks who tune in from El Paso.
What do we got?
Hey, what do you mean, hey? You want Texas in the Sun Bowl this year?
I'm just saying, hey, we're bowl eligible. That's important.
You might have to go back to the hospital with that take. What are you even saying this morning? No, we're past the point of bowl eligibility being important. But
I'll just say this: you can't lose 2 games. You can't lose A&M and Georgia.
No, then
be one of them. I already know we're going to be one of them. So
yeah, I watched the A&M Mizzou game with a bunch of Aggie friends in Dallas. And I'm just talking so much trash the entire time. I'm like, dude, you guys, this is all nice. Congratulations on beating another backup quarterback and another bottom feeder in the SEC.
Please don't screw up and stay undefeated. Don't screw this up.
We'll see. Just wait for what's coming. Wait for what's coming in a couple of weeks. They're all confident and high and mighty that they're really good. And I hope we bring them back down to earth. But anyways, these playoff projections, Buck, a lot of them have Texas in right now, which is great to see. I don't think a lot of us thought we would be here after the Florida game like 5 weeks ago. I'm seeing some Texas at Texas Tech first-round picks.
What?
Could you imagine?
Yes, I can imagine. That would be great.
Going back to Lubbock?
Oh, you got to go there, though. That's right.
Yeah.
That's a
now. Yeah, they're ranked ahead. They're ranked ahead of Texas. And, I mean, if the Longhorns run the table and win the SEC, Texas will be a top 4 seed. So you get the first round bye. You don't have to worry about going on the road. All of your playoff games will be neutral site. But if you are 9-3 and you do sneak in, you're going to be in the 9-12 range to where you're going to have to play a true road game in round 1.
Yes.
And it could be in Lubbock, at least according to some of the experts out there. How about that? You think the atmosphere on Saturday was crazy at Jones AT&T? You get Texas there for a playoff game? Brother, Arch Manning better hire extra security. That guy's not going to make it out alive.
Wow.
It'd be like Chris Beard. Remember when Chris Beard took
yeah.
Texas for his first trip to Lubbock.
Yeah, man, that would let's make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Texas in the playoff, and we've owned Texas Tech over the years, but man, that would be something right there. I
I like
wonder.
Tech's I do like their defensive line.
Yeah, I mean they've got one of the top
They bought
defense.
some good players.
Yeah, no, they did a great job. Obviously, in the portal, they've invested a lot into their program, and it's paying off. I mean, that defense. That's the craziest thing that NIL has done for me. It's not that Texas Tech is good. We've seen Texas Tech be good before, but the fact that they have a defense, like an elite defense, is the biggest. Like, oh my God, here's how much NIL has changed college football. This is what Lubbock has right now on defense. And yeah, their offense is still a little dicey. Baron Morton's too hot and cold. They struggle in the red zone. But that defensive, they got that kid David Bailey, the Stanford transfer. That's a guy that Texas wanted, and Texas Tech just outbid him, like to the point. They offered more money, so David Bailey went there. I think those were the two finalists, and he leads the country in sacks right now. He's a stud.
Somebody's saying that I obviously didn't watch the game. I watched the Tech game, and I don't. There's nothing wrong. I mean, Texas plays in the SEC. You know, some of the teams in the SEC would beat Tech. A bunch of teams would beat them.
Yeah,
I think they're good. I don't think they're great.
Yeah, I don't think Tech's unbeatable. I didn't get that impression from watching that football game. I think they're very good.
Either.
I think they're well deserving of their top 10. They'll probably be number 7 in the poll this week. I mean,
I think
good.
Defensively they're really good.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like how good
Love
BYU.
to play them. I'd love to play them.
It'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun. I mean, you could see a college football playoff with 4 teams from the state of Texas in, including one right up the road or from where I am with North Texas. They could be the G5 rep.
Yep.
You could have Texas, you could have A&M, you could have Texas Tech, you could have UNT. You could have a third of the playoff represented by teams from the Lone Star State. Obviously a long way to go. And out of those 4 teams, Texas is probably in the worst spot right now, believe it or not. But like that is a very realistic scenario that that could happen this year. So that'd be pretty fun for the state right there. I know most people don't care about the other teams in the state, but that'd be a cool thing for Texas to brag about for sure.
Oh, my cousin had Florida. Come on, Florida. That just Stoops. Is that saving his gig? That may do it. They may not want to be playing buyouts or anything else. They may keep that guy.
Yeah, that's what's saving his gig. The fact that he's got like a $35 million buyout, right. And it's not basketball at Kentucky, so they don't want to spend. Right. But yeah, Kentucky 38-7 over Florida, and that I guess that makes Texas's win in Lexington look a little better, but obviously that makes the loss to Florida just continue to
oh my God
mystify. And yeah, I mean that's the most surprising result I think in the entire conference this year. Is Texas getting whipped by a Florida team that is now 3-6.
Dude, their quarterback is so bad.
Yeah, they benched DJ Lagway. And boy, it was crazy. Within about a 30-minute span, it might not have even been 30 minutes, you saw DJ Lagway get benched for Florida, and you saw Garrett Nussmeier get benched for LSU. Oh, yeah. Those were supposed to be 2 of the top, 3, 4 quarterbacks in the SEC. I think Garrett Nussmeier was preseason second team all conference.
Yes, he was.
And he got benched for the former president, Martin Van Buren. And DJ Lagway got benched for somebody I don't know. I'd be lying if I told you I watched a lot of that Florida-Kentucky game. But yeah, I mean, that's why we love football, man. You can't predict it. I mean, there's so much parity now. And you look at the preseason top 15, there are so many teams that started the year ranked that, are nowhere close to it right now. And thankfully, Texas, I mean, it hadn't been the year that Texas fans wanted to have, but Texas is still in the top 10 right now. They still have a shot. You look at Penn State, you look at Clemson, you look at Florida, you look at South Carolina, a number of teams, LSU, that started the year super highly ranked that are just completely out of it right now. Fired coaches and already on to next year. It's kind of nice that we can still focus on 2025 for
no doubt.
So there you go. There's your look around college football. We'll talk more Texas and Georgia. Obviously, we'll spend all week long previewing the game. We'll have a couple of Georgia guests joining us throughout the week. I think it's the biggest game of the year for Texas by far. I'll tell you why here in a moment. We'll get to a couple of other headlines from the sports weekend. But before we dive back into the football, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at the League Kitchen and Tavern, Austin, owned and operated since 2011. And folks, it is chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made from scratch daily. Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, teriyaki glazed pork chops, of course, Cobb salad, all day breakfast. And right now, you can get Lonnie's spicy Nashville chicken sandwich. That's right, Lonnie's famous fried chicken, but now you get a Nashville spicy chicken sandwich that Lonnie has there for you. Also, folks, Thursday, don't forget Thursdays is prime to wine, half-price bottles of wine with your prime rib dinner. There's specials each and every day, folks, on their individual glasses of wine, select beers and cocktails. It's all there for you at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Locations, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. I'll be out there at the Avery Ranch locations this Friday because I got a high school playoff game out that way. Nice. I love that Avery Ranch area out there. So get a chance to go by the League Kitchen and Tavern. But once again, all day breakfast, all day long. Nice slabs of bacon.
Oh, love that. Can't beat that. Bacon for dinner. That's as good as it gets right there. Sorry about that, Raph.
It is, man. That's awesome.
Oh, man. Hey, you can't have the Altstadt beer there, but the general public can have Altstadt beer at the League Kitchen and Tavern. I had some Altstadt in Dallas over the weekend, watching some college football with some buddies at a bar up here on Saturday. Shout out to Mayor's Garden for having some of that on tap. Love the Altstadt beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the Lone Star State. So whether you're in DFW, Houston, San Antonio, or in Austin, they've got you covered. A bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. Weather finally cooling down. The seasonal Oktoberfest. Also the Schwartz beer. They've got a Vienna Red Lager as well. It's dark beer season. Altstadt is ready for it. They've got tons of great seasonals for these fall and winter months. Get you some. Next time you're at the store, wherever you buy your beer, or next time you belly up to your favorite bar or restaurant, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstadt beer. It's my choice. It should be yours as well. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Now, friends over Relax the Back, of course, Relax the Back embraces a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And once again, my back couldn't be happier. I'm in my Relax the Back chair. You know, I wish I could have taken this over to the emergency room and sat in this thing instead of laying on that slab that they laid me out on for 4 hours. My goodness. I love the folks at Relax the Back. And folks, they've got the accessories that you can use that are going to help your shoulders, your neck, your thoracic, your lumbar area. And two great locations, of course, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck sometimes does at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love centextickets.com. Oh, yeah. If you want to be at any of these final 3 Texas football games, even the game in Athens this week, boom, they got tickets for you online right now at centextickets.com. And it's not just Longhorn football. Men's and women's basketball season is upon us. You want to catch a game at the Mood this year? centextickets.com. Any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, any festival, you guessed it, tickets all in one place, centextickets.com. Don't forget to use our promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you're going to instantly receive 10% off any ticket purchase, just like that. No questions asked, right there at centextickets.com.
It's going to be, this is going to be a game, BK, coming up where I know we're going to say it, but it has to be done. You got to run the ball somehow, some way.
Yeah.
To keep them dogs off the quarterback.
Absolutely. I will say this. I mean, Mississippi State didn't do a lot right. And watching that game, I didn't feel like they ran the ball that well, but they did run it for 149 yards as a team. Now, it was on 43 carries, so they averaged 3.5 yards per clip. It wasn't the most efficient day.
They couldn't throw it a leg, probably. That's what it was.
They couldn't throw it a leg. And again, I mean, the game was 38-7 at one point, so you can box score check all you want. It was domination by Georgia all game long in all 3 phases. Their special teams is really good too. But I agree. I mean, I think that's like the keyest matchup for Texas. The Longhorns dead last in the SEC in conference games, averaging just 84 yards per game on the ground. And Georgia going into Saturday, their stats actually dropped because, again, they gave up 149 rushing yards, so this didn't help their overall season numbers. But going into Saturday, top 15 in the country in rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per carry allowed. So on paper, that is weakness versus strength in favor of Georgia, and you've got to find a way to – again, we brought up the numbers last week. Texas in the 2 games against Georgia, they ran for 29 and 31 yards.
Wow.
You can't do that, especially on the road, and expect to beat those dogs.
No, you can't do that. You got to be in that 75 to 100, 120 range somehow, some way.
That's a big range right there. I'd feel
That's
a lot
huge.
better about
compared to
115.
Compared to 30 yards of rushing, yeah, that's huge.
I was gonna say I feel a lot better if it's in the 110 to 120 range. Then I would be like, that's a win for Texas. If it's in the 75 range, I'm not sure.
Trey Wisener's going to get one of those. One of their guys that are getting ready to come and make a tackle is going to trip himself, and Wisener's going to be out the gate. That's what they're going to make a mistake. He's going to have a long run that's going to contribute to part of that because those long runs count too.
Yeah. Well, I will say this about Trey Wisener. Obviously hasn't been a great encore for him after what he did last year, but his 3 best rushing outputs of the year, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Vanderbilt. Those are the 3 best teams, the 3 ranked wins, or 3 ranked teams. They didn't beat Ohio State, unfortunately. 3 ranked teams that Texas has played this year, and those are Trey Wisener's 3 best games, obviously Oklahoma being his best performance. So we saw it last year at times. He saved his best stuff for the big games. Didn't do it against Georgia.
He should be well rested and ready to go.
Should be well rested with the bye week. Hopefully, CJ Baxter or James Simon or whoever the number 2 is also is ready to go. But that's maybe the one thing that is giving me some hope for this Texas run game is against the best defenses that the Longhorns have seen, that they've had their best rushing performances of the year. As weird as that sounds.
That does sound weird.
Because they didn't run it a lick against Mississippi State. They didn't run it a lick against Kentucky. They didn't run it a lick against Florida. All those teams stink. But the good teams, they have found a way. Nothing elite. They ran for 100 yards on the nose against Vanderbilt. That's not crazy, but that's better than what they've usually done. So maybe they got a little something.
I'm looking for him to have a big game.
Trey?
Yes. He should be fully rested. He should be fully – there shouldn't be anything wrong with him. He should be 100% ready to go. Lots of rest this week. It's a big game.
What's a big game for you? Like, what's the stat line? Yeah. What do you think Trey Wisener is going to bring you?
Oh, I think he'll carry the ball about between 17 and 25 times.
I need some yards. I don't just need carries. I need yards. I need touchdowns.
About 115 yards, 2 TDs. Okay.
Oh, man. If it's 20, you think Texas is going to win if you're picking that stat line. You think Trey Wisener goes for 20 carries, 115 yards, and 2 touchdowns? That, to me, that's a Texas win. If that happens, we're winning that game.
Okay, well, I'm there right now on a Monday.
I love it. Oh, that's
I may not be there tomorrow. I may not be there tomorrow.
No, we need you. We need you on that side because you know what side I'm going to be on all week.
I know it's you haven't found any. You didn't see anything Saturday to make you think that Texas could beat them at home.
Shit, no, dude. Chance. I mean, the game could be in Austin, and I wouldn't pick Texas to win. I'm sorry, y'all may hate me for that. That's fair, but yeah, I'm just like Georgia's lost 2 home games since 2017. And I know at times this year they've looked a little vulnerable. And one of those home losses came earlier this year to Alabama. And
they didn't look that way on Saturday, did they?
No, they almost lost to Ole Miss at home. They almost have 2 home losses this year. But, yeah, I mean, they're really good, and they don't lose at home. And this Texas team has been too up and down. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I don't think it's going to get ugly. I don't think it's going to be like the game at DKR last fall. But I am not going to pick Texas on a Monday, and I could tell you I am not going to pick Texas on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday either.
Come on, man.
Sorry, man. Can't do it. Until I see it with these 2 eyes, Texas beating Georgia, in a non-Sugar Bowl, I won't pick it. If you tell me Bevo can make the trip, maybe I'll feel a little bit better about that.
You're not letting Bevo come to the stadium.
Oh, but I guess Bevo was at the game in Austin, so it didn't really help out too much. But yeah, I was hoping Georgia looked a little more mortal on Saturday, and I get it. Look, 2 weeks ago, Georgia barely beat Florida, And they got a couple of calls that went their way in that game that maybe is the reason why they beat Florida. So they've had some moments this year where they have not looked nearly as good as they did against Mississippi State. But I don't think this Texas team is ready for that. And I hate the worst part of what I saw Georgia do on Saturday. It's not that they ran for 300 yards. It's not that Gunnar Stockton threw for 3 touchdowns and had 0 picks. It's the fact that pass rush got going. Because I know we're all feeling a little better about the Texas O-line with that Vanderbilt performance. But I still think that is a big question mark. And Georgia's defensive, they had the fewest sacks of any Power 4 team in college football before Saturday, which is it's Georgia. It's insane to think about. And I know 3 sacks isn't the craziest number ever, but they were feasting on Blake Shapen and Kamario Taylor over the weekend. So that's worrisome for me.
Yeah, it is. That bothers me a little bit. That's why I said you gotta be able to run just to keep them off the quarterback's back. You got to keep them honest with your screen game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you had 2 weeks. Your screen game should be pretty sharp right now, because that's what it's going to take. Because they are coming after the quarterback.
I think so. Yeah, and you talk about the health, right? I mean, it's not just Trey Wisner. There's a bunch of guys that Texas will be getting back or getting right for this game. So you do have
Wingo has the practice this week.
Yeah, you do have to get Wingo back. He should be back on the practice field. Sounds like they took things very light with him a week ago. Obviously Michael Taft, getting him back is going to be huge. Hopefully Jelani McDonald. We know he was in the protocol like last Monday. We don't know where he is on his recovery from his concussion that he suffered in the Vanderbilt game. So getting guys like that back will be huge because, I mean, it goes without saying you need all hands on deck.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean,
we'll have your mind will be changed by Thursday.
I hope so. I hope it is. I don't think it will, but I hope it is. But yeah, I mean, this is the biggest game of the year for Texas. It is. Like, I know people will say, "Oh, it's Oklahoma every year," or people will say it's A&M, and I'm not going to try to tell you those games aren't huge. They're obviously massive, but this is the message sender right there. Like, nobody in the SEC cares that you beat Oklahoma. They haven't been in the conference long enough to have a reputation.
No.
What have the Aggies done since going to the SEC? They haven't even played for a conference title, let alone
they don't ever play Georgia anyway.
Right. Feels that way. Like, everybody's been beating A&M, and you're 77-37-5 all time against the Aggies. You're supposed to beat them. Like, yeah, those games will matter. If you beat A&M, that's a big deal this year for sure. But, like, Georgia, this is the message that you could send to the rest of the SEC that, like, no, not only are we like at the table, we're at the head of the table. Like, we're the team here. We're the big dogs of this conference. And I know beating Georgia doesn't get you an SEC championship. You still have to win those last 2 and get to Atlanta and win that game. But, Georgia and Alabama have been the class of this conference for a while now. You beat Alabama the last time you played them in their house by double digits with Nick Saban as the coach. And obviously you don't play them this year, so you don't have the opportunity to send that message. But Georgia's the other team that's been running this league. 2 national champions in the championships the last 5 years, 2 conference championships. I think they're 61-6 since the start of 2021. They've lost three SEC games in that stretch, 2 of them to Alabama. So only 2 SEC teams have beaten Georgia in that time. This is the message sender for Texas and a huge opportunity to prove that, like, you're not just here to be in this conference, you're here to take it over.
Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt. This is a great opportunity on the road. I mean, you're eventually going to be on the road at their place. Beat them at their place. That should be fun. I'm excited. I'm excited for Longhorns in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's very exciting. It's going to be an insane atmosphere. And I was thinking College Game Day would maybe be going to Athens. You know where Game Day's going instead, Buck?
Navy somewhere?
No, not Navy somewhere. That would be
where? Where might they be going?
They're going to Pittsburgh.
Oh,
for Notre Dame Pitt.
Notre Dame Pitt. They're going Notre Dame Pitt?
They're going Notre Dame Pitt. You have Texas playing at Georgia. You also have Oklahoma playing at Alabama. If you wanted that, I mean, those are 2 like top 12 matchups in the country right there. and instead they are going to Pittsburgh.
Oh, look up for the upset. Pitt.
Yeah, well,
One of my
that's what we need.
sleepers a couple years ago.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about teams that you want to lose. Notre Dame's obviously one of them. Unfortunately, the midshipmen did not help us.
Well, they weren't going to beat them.
No, they were like 25.5-point dogs. But, support our troops. I was pulling for them for a little bit on Saturday, and then it got pretty ugly. Pretty messed up by Notre Dame to do that, by the way.
Yeah, that was not. Yes, that's how they are. They're truly bad Catholics.
Yeah, not supposed to disrespect our military like that. I mean, same with Ole Miss and the Citadel. Like, what are you doing? You got to let those teams win. But yeah, College game day not going to Georgia, which maybe it's a good thing. I don't know if that would make Georgia play better or anything, but they are going to Pitt, even though Texas and Georgia is the biggest game of the weekend. Actually, the upcoming
Going
weekend.
to the city of Pittsburgh. Good luck.
When's the last time you've been there?
I don't know, 20-some years ago.
Okay.
Pittsburgh is not one of the pleasant cities. It's not. It's just a bigger Bethlehem. That's all it is. It's a bigger Steel City.
They do call it the Steel City. I've never been to Pittsburgh, and I would like to go to catch a baseball game at PNC because that stadium is constantly referred to as the nicest in baseball because you get the awesome backdrop of downtown and the bridge.
Pittsburgh's a step up from Morgantown, West Virginia. Like
haven't been there either.
Two steps up.
Yeah, you're not really selling it to me very much.
No,
here.
I'm not going to try to sell it to you.
Yeah, I don't plan on spending much time in Pittsburgh. I think I'd like to just catch a game there, and it sounds like I need to leave like right after.
Yeah, get out as quick as possible.
Just drive through, get a game in, and then drive somewhere else after that. But that's where game day will be if you care about those kinds of things. Go Pitt, I guess, is what we're rooting for.
1994, I was there. That's right.
1994. There you go. Texas won at Pitt.
Won at Pitt. That was when Curtis Martin took a draw just before halftime. They're just trying to get to the run the clock out. He took a draw play, BK, and he went all the way. The time ran out, but I think he ended up from his 20 to like our 10, and the time ran out before half. They almost, oh my God.
How pissed would Makovic have been if that happened?
Oh my God, that was so I still have a picture of me and Tony Dorsett outside the Pitt Stadium.
Oh my God, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that was the year I was born. Texas winning at Pitt. Aren't you obsessed with Curtin Martin? Aren't you like trying to sleep with him or something?
No, I was not. I was never. He's just a chocolate wonder. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying at all.
I saw him at the Super Bowl, and he came dressed up. He is a good-looking man.
The chocolate wonder. I mean, it's one thing to call another man good-looking. I feel like you could do that. And
yeah, he was a good-looking man. He was dressed up with a suit. He looked fantastic.
I just don't know if you can call a man a chocolate wonder and not have it be considered gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but that does sound very homo.
Over the top. It might be overly courteous to Curtis.
I think so. Apparently, okay. CB says you called him a cinnamon of a man.
A cinnamon.
What does that even mean? A cinnamon of a man? What is that?
Oh, he was a sweet one. Boy, he came strutting down the hall, man. That guy looked so good, so handsome. People were like stopping, looking at that dude.
Oh my God. Was he just in a suit? What was he wearing? What was he doing?
He's a good-looking dude, man. If you ever seen Curtis Martin, he's a good-looking man.
That's okay. Again, that's okay. But calling him a cinnamon chocolate wonder or whatever the hell you're saying is maybe crossing the line right there. But hey, to each his own. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Sorry. I got out of control.
I don't think I've ever called another man a chocolate wonder or cinnamon of a man or vanilla wonder, anything like that. It's like what Jason Whitlock calling Joy Taylor, saying she's got that peanut butter skin. You remember when we played that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I guess that was about a woman, but also I think they were colleagues together. So I don't know if you can say that about your coworker there.
I saw Bussy just went by. What the hell is the Bussy doing by now?
Daylight savings, man. They're still confused.
Somebody's confused. By the way, I got Fubo.
Oh, you made the switch?
I made the switch, yes.
When'd you do that?
On Friday.
There he goes. You got to watch college football.
Yes.
How is Fubo?
It's okay.
They got Court TV.
George says it's on there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Monday's the start. This is my day because I'm not supposed to be running around like a truck driver today trying to get my fever up. I'm supposed to be resting today, so I'll go get my stretch. I'll get back here and watch my Court TV with some tea and crumpets. Just kind of lay around today.
Tea and crumpets.
Yes, man. I got to chill out today.
Yeah, you can do that without tea and crumpets. What do you?
I have a UTI. I have a urinary tract infection. I thought only women got that.
Women and you, I guess. Only women call other men chocolate wonders too. But here we are. Yeah, it's a good idea.
I need to drink more cranberry juice.
Lay up on the couch today. Just watch. See what you got with Fubo TV.
Oh, yeah.
And, you're not alone. I've seen a lot of folks make the switch away from YouTube TV.
Are we still into that battle? Are they still battling those idiots?
To my knowledge, still going on.
$5 million a day they lose.
The Disney Google saga continues. And I'll be honest with y'all. This is going to be a personal shot to some of our listeners. If you still have YouTube TV and like you haven't purchased ESPN Premium or, a streaming service that allows you to watch college football, I don't know if you're a real football fan. It's not your fault. I'm sorry. You're the one getting screwed. I'm not blaming you for billionaires fighting other billionaires, but if you've gone 2 weekends in a row without watching college football, I don't know if you're a real fan.
I agree. I did it one weekend. I was thinking I can hang out and do it one more weekend. And then I said, no, why should I do this? Screw them.
Bucky, who's the least tech-savvy person in the world, can make the change from YouTube TV to Fubo, and so can you.
That's right.
By the way, peek behind the curtain, Bucky could not figure out his laptop this morning. It was like 6:59, and we're trying to he can't see me, he can't hear me, I can't hear him.
My little grandson was over here this weekend, so, he's touched everything.
Messing with stuff.
Oh, of course. Touching things and messing with stuff. So, he put a finger on something here that got it off kilter here.
Yeah. Glad you figured it out. That's good.
Dave gave me sports drinks are hard on your kidneys and urinary tract. Thank you, Dave. I think that's true. I think that some of those stuff have so much citrus in it that it burns right through. Yeah. It burns.
All you need right here.
What I need to do, I need to make sure I call this little fella. He never had a urinary tract infection.
Maybe I'll call him. You have no idea if Derek Jeter has ever had a UTI before.
I would have known. He would have let it be known to me.
He is. So Curtis Martin's the chocolate wonder. Jeter is the.
He's
the biracial beauty. Isn't that what you call him?
Yeah, he's the biracial beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, the biracial beauty. All right. Yeah,
with all girls. Come on.
All girls. Jeter. Biracial beauty with all girls and no UTIs. Derek Jeter. That should be on his Hall of Fame bust in Cooperstown.
No sons. What's his deal? That doesn't mean you stop, right?
Stop. It gets to a point where it's like you got to be so scared of having another daughter that you just can't keep having kids.
Oh my goodness!
Right?
When I first got married, I wanted to be the father of all daughters because I wasn't thinking of that ancestry. Let it keep on going. Let the Godbolt name ring. I wanted to be the father of all daughters till I had a daughter, and I was like, oh my God.
I feel like most potential fathers are terrified to have a daughter.
No, I want to be cool because daughters will take care of you, dude.
Oh, when you get old, that was your thought?
Oh, hell yeah. They'll take care of you.
Oh,
your daughters, your sons aren't going to give a rat's ass. They're going to go, hey, like the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Son will be going through the house like, okay, what can I take? What can I take when he goes? What's mine? What's mine?
Yeah, what is mine? What belongs to me?
Oh, man. Yep. Yeah, daughters are – I don't know anything, actually. I don't have any kids, so I'm not going to act like I know what I'm talking about here. But I know how women are, so –
yeah, that's all you need to know.
That's all you need to know. I feel like daughters turn into women. I think that's how it works right there.
And yes, when they have kids, they turn into their mother.
What, like the Progressive commercials turning into your parents?
Oh, yeah, they do. They all do. They
Yeah,
just turn right into their mothers. It's
those are so
incredible.
funny. Those will never get old. They keep coming up with new ones, and
I
I
know.
still laugh every single time. Like they're on every commercial break, and I still
Don't
laugh.
miss them. I know.
No, it's great. It's so much of that, and I'm starting to see like some of my friends who are
Oh, yeah.
having kids now, and they're like starting to do that shit, and I'm like, oh my god, dude,
Oh,
that
yeah.
can't be me. Please don't let my jokes are already like starting to get closer to my dad's. People are like, it sound like your father. I'm like, nope, please don't tell me that.
Yes.
That is
Right.
not what I
Well,
want to hear.
you'll
That's an
just
insult.
it really changes when you start looking like them. You got another 10 years. When
Yeah.
you start looking
Yeah.
like your dad, when you look in the mirror and say, "Oh my god, it's my dad," that's when it's over, brother.
Yep. Yep.
I remember one morning I woke up, I was looking in the mirror, I'm like, "What the hell's my dad doing it? Oh my god, that's not my dad, it's me.
Right.
Shit, my life
God,
is over with."
that's terrifying. That is
Oh,
terrifying.
it's terrifying.
Not ready for that. All
No.
right. We'll take your thoughts. By the way, you talk about, huge game for Texas for a million reasons. It goes beyond the fact that Texas is a one-loss team in the SEC fighting for its conference championship life, and Texas being a two-loss team overall fighting for their playoff life, the chance to make that statement. And Texas won't play at Georgia again until 2029. So barring another once-in-a-century pandemic, I'll knock on wood, none of these players who are on this Texas roster will get the chance to win a game at Georgia in their college careers. And the next time Texas plays Georgia in general will be in Austin in 2027. So you don't get the opportunity next year to get redemption. Obviously, they could play in an SEC title game. They could play in a playoff game. Everybody knows that. But this is your last scheduled matchup against the Bulldogs until 27. And this is your last chance to prove to the conference and to the country that, like, more so than you belong, that you're at the top of the heap in this league.
Absolutely.
And you do that again. To be the best, you got to beat the best. I think it's that obvious. You don't win an SEC title if you win on Saturday, but obviously you put yourself in a great position. You're one step closer to getting there. And if you can beat Georgia and Alabama in their respective homes in the span of 3 seasons, then I think you garner a ton of respect from folks all around.
Even the Auburn people will respect you.
No, they won't. They won't. They still think they would beat Texas by like 3 touchdowns if they played, because that's the most delusional fan base of all time. So
Yeah, you're right. They do.
and they haven't played Texas yet, so they can still talk like that because Texas hasn't gone in there and kicked their ass yet.
That's true.
So they're fortunate. Yeah, this is the one team you got to beat. Like, I know Texas hasn't played Ole Miss or Tennessee or Auburn or Mizzou. Those are the teams that Texas hasn't seen yet in conference play so far since joining the SEC. Nobody cares about those teams. They don't do anything. They don't win anything. Like Georgia and Alabama, those are the teams that you got to prove. I guess LSU there too. We haven't played LSU, but Georgia and Alabama those are the teams, and that's why this Saturday feels a lot more than just one game in the micro trying to keep your 2025 season alive. It feels like there's a lot bigger things at play. All right.
Hey, Greg says breakout game for Baxter, CJ Baxter this week.
That'd be nice.
It's not likely, but it would be nice.
Yeah, we just haven't seen that same juice.
No, he doesn't have
him
that
this season. He's just, and you understand why. He's coming off of like multiple big knee injuries and had to completely reconstruct his knee. So you get why he's not the same, but he just hasn't been the same. So it'd be nice for him to look like freshman year CJ Baxter.
That'd be
Saturday,
awesome.
But
that's what they need. They need the backup guy to be good.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, last week I was like, I would spend this week getting James Simon ready to be your number 2. That's how out on CJ Baxter I am. And I don't know if that's realistically going to happen.
No, because this group is scared. They're scared. They have their certain guys. And if you're not in that little gathering of guys, you're not going to all of a sudden step out in game 10 or whatever and then be the guy. It's not going to happen most likely.
No, I think you're right. I mean, trust really matters. I think for all coaching staffs, but especially this one, they've made that abundantly clear. And yeah, if you don't trust James Simon to run the playbook, to block for Arch Manning, to do this, that, and the other, then he's not going to play. They trust CJ Baxter. He might not be very electric anymore, but like he knows the offense, he knows where he's supposed to be, what he's supposed to do. And for the staff, like it's either that or you're trotting a true freshman out there Saturday night in Athens against that defense.
Yeah, who may be able to make something happen with his quickness.
I would, believe me, I would. But I could see, like you said, the coaching staff being like, yeah, I don't know. But I would give James Simon a little bit of run as your number 2. Obviously, Trey Wisner is your starter. He should get the bulk of the touches. But I would like to see number 31 get a little something, get a little chance to make some things happen.
No, who you're going to see? You're going to see number 21. That's who you're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ryan Niblett getting the ball is not a bad thing. He's maybe the most explosive playmaker that you have. So I don't think you give him a lot of between the tackles carries. I don't think that's a good recipe for success for your offense. But getting number 21 the ball has not been a bad thing this year. And Georgia's punter, dude, he's back from last year. I don't know, like the SEC, he should have been the MVP in the SEC championship game. The job he did flipping the field, like he is really, really good. He's an elite. He'll be a Sunday punter for a long time. Brett Thorson is his name. So I obviously we want Ryan Niblett to get opportunities in the punt return game, but they've got a punter who's good enough to like keep the ball away from him every single time.
Yeah, he's that good.
It's not like, some punters, it's like you tell them, hey, punt it away from Niblett, and they
can't do it.
Yeah, they're college punters and whatever. They might not have the ability to. Now, their kicker's awesome. Their punter's awesome. So Texas special teams, which has been awesome, they've got to bring it because they're going up against one of the best special teams, if you will, in the country. All right.
Yeah,
we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch. Live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll get back into some Texas football. We'll talk more college football. We got a little NFL to get into. We got to review the Bucks Gold Star locks, some Texas basketball, a lot more to dive into in hour 2. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sioux Patrick since 1975. They got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, apparables, collectibles, accessories, and they've also got tons of Texas themed gifts and items. They've got the books there, wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. They got the polos. Sioux Patrick's offers free shipping on online orders over $59. And of course, plenty of parking space. Plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go on over there. After this win at Georgia, you're going to be looking for that gear to wear to the stadium. So after that win this week, get on over. You might as well get on over there now this week. Gather your stuff. Why wait till next? Why wait till after the victory? Get it now. The victory's coming.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you're going to need it. You're going to need a hoodie or whatever. It could be getting towards hoodie weather. Hopefully not, but could be. Love the folks over at Sioux Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road, or go to SiouxPatrick.com for more information.
Yeah, a couple of home games after Georgia.
Yes.
2 rivalry games with Arkansas and A&M both coming to town. You want to make sure you're geared up.
Don't forget the Jellycats.
Don't forget the Jellycats, too. Yeah, bring the Jellycats to the tailgate. Let them have fun, too.
Yeah, they should.
They should. They've earned it. Shout out to Sioux Patrick. Also, shout out to Audio-Visual Consultations. And watching football in this hotel room yesterday, not the same as watching football at my place with the 4 TV setup that I have, thanks to Audio-Visual Consultations. They can upgrade your home TV setup. We're getting close to playoff time in college football and the NFL. Of course, hockey's back and basketball's back. Shoot, baseball will be here before you know it. Never a bad time to make the call to Audio-Visual to upgrade your home TV setup. If you want the man cave style feel like I have with a bunch of screens on one wall, the Bucks got the 85-incher. You get a home theater room. You can get a patio setup, plus all the badass surround sound speakers from Sonos. Tom McKay and his crew, they get the best prices on equipment. They get the best equipment. They will bring it to you, hook you up, install it, show you how to use everything, and they'll be there every step of the way. If something's not working right or you want to change something up, it's not like they just disappear after the job is done. No, the customer service is top-notch. It's why they've been around since 1988. All you have to do is give them a call, and they'll take care of the rest. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or online at avconsultations.com.
It says CJ Baxter has a pro back build. He's the only one in the current roster that has an NFL body for a tailback. Is that sort of like, looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane? Is that the same? Is that the same as you're saying? Because I haven't seen that body do very much, really.
Body just needs to stay healthy.
Yes.
That's the big thing right there. Yeah, I mean, C.J. Baxter, 6'1", listed at 227 on the Texas website. I mean, that's NFL metrics right there.
Yeah, and then there's not a lot of those guys in the NFL. A lot of those guys are 5'10", 5'9" guys, 205. There's not a lot of Derrick Henrys running around the
Yeah.
NFL.
I mean, I would say, Christian Clark, 6 foot, 212. I would say like that is an NFL type of body for a running back.
Yes.
Trey Wisner's a bit undersized. Trey Wisner's like 195.
Yeah.
So that's a little small, but I don't know. I mean, look, we're not going to spend much time today talking about the offseason and what Texas needs to do in the offseason because this season is still very, very important. But looking at a running back in the portal is something this staff should do.
Oh, for sure.
Trey Wisner could go pro. I don't think he will unless he has an amazing final month of the year, which, hey, if he leads Texas to 3 wins and an SEC title and a playoff, then thank you for everything, Trey. Best of luck on Sundays. We'll be rooting for you. But more likely, with the way this season has gone for Wisner, he'll be back next year. Baxter will be back next year. I mean, you'll have just about everybody back next season unless somebody hits the portal like Jarrett Gibson did. But I don't think you can feel like that's enough.
No, not with those guys. There's not enough home run hitters in there.
Yeah, so you got to find – I have no idea who's going to be available, but you got to – that's not the number one position I think every Texas fan is focused on. I feel like that's the offensive line.
For sure.
Running back should be pretty high on the wish list. And Texas does have a 5-star committed with Derek Cooper. Make sure he signs here in a few weeks. But, I don't want to rely on a true freshman to try to get your running game back to where it's supposed to be at a place like the University of Texas. You're looking for a Bijan. You won't find a Bijan. You're looking for a Jonathan Brooks. You're looking for a Rojo. You're just looking for somebody who can be a very stable number one in your backfield. And I don't think you really have that guy right now. So
we'll see. You really don't.
So that's a priority. But again, still a few games left in this regular season. Maybe some opinions can be changed for that. All right, Buck, Texas basketball. We'll talk a little Longhorn hoops here before we dive back into the football. Shout out to the Texas women, by the way. Their first ranked win of the season on Friday night, taking down number 24 Richmond at Moody Center, 85-56 the final there. Madison Booker, 22 points, 12 boards, leading the way for the Longhorns. They're really good. Texas is 2-0. Now 1-0 against ranked teams, ranked number 4 in the country, coming off the Final Four run. Good start for Vic Schaefer's squad. And congrats to Sean Miller, picking up his first win as the head coach of the Texas men's basketball team. You know what they say, Buck, good teams win, great teams cover. Texas, 25.5-point favorite against Lafayette. They win by 37. We'll take that.
Beating up on the Leopards.
Beating up on the Leopards of Lafayette. Yeah, 97-60, the final score. And I thought Texas looked great on Saturday. I'm not going to spend much breath arguing that Lafayette is some great team.
No.
But a lot of the things that we didn't see enough of in the season opener against Duke, we did see against the Leopards. Mainly ball movement and getting out in transition. Now, Texas had 6 assists and 16 turnovers against Duke. They had 21 assists, just 9 turnovers against Lafayette.
That makes sense with the team that you're playing, yes.
Yeah, spreading the ball around effectively. 6 guys got into double figures. We did see a change in the starting lineup, which was great. Jordan Pope inserted into the starting 5. Kendall Weaver back to the bench. Yes, you're playing Lafayette, but it's a move that I think will make sense against UConn, Virginia, some of the non-conference games.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Non-conference games that you have, and obviously when you get to league play as well. And Texas got out and ran. I mean, it's a lot easier to get out and transition when the other team isn't shooting 22 free throws and a half.
Yes.
Like the freaking Dukies did. I'm still not really over that. But 15 turnovers that Texas forced, 24 points off of them. They also had 20 fast break points, which was 4 times the amount that they had last Tuesday. So that was good to see. Again, they cleaned up some areas where they sort of struggled that cost them against the Blue Devils. They look better. And boy, another positive thing, Buck. Texas plus 18 on the boards.
Yeah, they actually out-rebounded Duke by a couple.
That's the thing. Like, yeah, you're supposed to do that against Lafayette, right? You're way bigger and stronger than them. But the fact that, this was not a good rebounding team last year at all.
No.
And I was pretty impressed by the fact that they out-rebounded Duke, and then they followed it up by going plus 18 on the boards against Lafayette.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
Texas has played 2 games this year. They have 34 offensive rebounds in those 2 games. And last year, they ranked 192nd in the country in offensive rebounding percentage, according to KenPom. This year, they're top 20 in that metric. So I don't think Texas is an elite shooting team by any stretch.
So they better be able to rebound. Those balls are coming off.
Some cities on the offensive end of the floor. That's big time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a great opportunity, when you started in the conference play, because now we know what this conference is like when it comes to basketball. You better be able to rebound with these dudes.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it killed Texas. Like anybody who watched Texas play last year, you had Caden Shedrick, who was far from a fan favorite, and he was like your only big that you felt kind of good about. That guy, had a heating pad on. He was always banged up. Like he looked
laying
like
on the floor on a heating pad.
Yeah, he was 22 going on 52. And it's, and he was fine. He was an adequate player, but outside of him, you had nothing on the front line. So having Vocatitis and Traore, both of those guys helps.
How did he do in the game?
Tremont Mark, the what do you call him? The herky-jerky lefty?
Herky-jerky. How did the herky-jerky lefty play?
Yeah, much better performance for him. He was one of the 6 Longhorns who ended up in double figures on Saturday after, 1 for 2 against Duke. Yeah, Tremont Mark, 16 points on Saturday. So
that's all he needs to give you is 15, 14, 15, 16 points.
I would if he averages like 13, I think I'd be okay with that. He averaged just shy of 11 last year, and I think he's going to have a bigger role this season because of
in his 19th year, he's got to be better than that.
And he's also 24 years old, so yeah, he should be better than that. But yeah, Tremont Mark, 16 points in 29 minutes. Another good game for Vocatitis. I really like this guy, man. 14 and 11 for him. Also, a couple of nice passes. He had 3 blocks. Like he looks pretty good.
He protects that rim now. He doesn't like you coming around his rim.
No, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. So I liked what he did. And yeah, Texas, they took care of business. Shout out to Anthony McDermott, the walk-on. I don't know how many people were watching this late into the game on Saturday, but Texas obviously had the game in hand, so you bring in the walk-ons. 2 for 2 from downtown. Crowd was going nuts. Bench was going nuts. Cool moment for Anthony McDermott.
Very nice, McDermott. Way to go.
Way to go. Yeah, Dougie McBuckets is what they're calling him.
Dougie McBuckets. I love
a young Doug McDermott out there. But yeah, nice win for Texas. Again, congrats to Sean Miller. A lot of good. You're supposed to take care of business against Lafayette, but Texas did cover the spread. We saw, again, more of the same good from the Duke game and then some big changes from things that weren't so good in the season opener. We're not going to learn much about this Texas basketball team until they go to Maui. 2 weeks from today, they'll play Arizona State in the first game of the Maui Invitational. Buck, I am sure you will stay up to watch that game. It'll be a 10:30 tip 2 weeks from today.
There's a good chance I won't see any of that shit.
It's crazy. But the next 3 games, FDU, Kansas City, and Ryder. FDU comes to town on Wednesday. Remember them? They pulled off a 16-1 upset over Purdue a couple years ago. And, we don't need anything like that happening on Wednesday. So there's your Texas basketball conversation on a Monday morning. Buck, the Gold Star locks of the weekend. You want to get into how you did?
Yeah, tell me about the West Virginia. What was the line that we had on Friday?
You are very lucky, sir.
6.5?
6.5.
Cousin gave me 7. What a creep.
Well, you pushed because they won by 7. So it could have been worse. You did go 4-4 on your 8 picks, but because you hit your 250,000 unit game of the year, you went up 200,000 units for the weekend.
And who is that? Who did I pick there?
West Virginia.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was my pick. That's right.
You hit 2 games by half a point. You also had Vandy minus 6.5. They needed overtime. Overtime against Auburn. That was pretty inspired performance by the murderer, DJ Durkin, coaching Auburn.
By the way, I really enjoyed this weekend and some of these athletes who score touchdowns. Don't get – I see guys looking around and should I get down at the 2-yard line? I saw like 3 of those deals, and you know what happened? Every one of them went into the end zone like they're supposed to. Don't be laying on the ground at the 2 when you can score a touchdown and get your name in the paper. What's wrong with – that's what you're supposed to do, kids.
Yeah, as a guy who likes to bet on favorites, I know you enjoy guys running up the score down the stretch instead of doing what's right, what they're supposed to do.
No, not running up the score, but not laying down to take snaps under center so the quarterback can take a knee and lose yardage for you. Get into the end zone, score the touchdown.
Which game did that help you in?
Who was
Games
it?
plural, it sounds
There was
like.
like 3 of them that were like that. And I saw one guy was like dancing around near the 2. And one guy in the NFL was looking over at the coach. Oh, last night, I think.
Yeah.
Looking at the coach.
Yeah, that was during the day because I didn't get to watch the Sunday night game because of the wedding, but I saw that too, where a guy broke free and I looked over to the sideline like, do I score? Do I not? And then he ended up going into the end zone.
Oh, that was it was New England.
Yeah, New England against Tampa Bay. Travion Henderson.
Looking to the quarterback's telling him, Drake May's telling him to get down.
Oh, was he?
Huh?
Was he? I didn't even see that. Drake
May was telling him to get down. And the head coach said, you know what the head coach said? He looked over, he put his hands up like this. Touchdown. Dude said, okay, cool.
At what point do we say New England is a contender?
I'm almost there.
Okay. I mean, they've been beating a lot of bad teams, and they went into Tampa yesterday, and I think most people were like, all right, yeah, Tampa's really good. They're not going to go on the road and win this game against Baker, moneymaker. And, yeah, New England, I mean, they won that game by double digits. They're 8-2.
Boy, I didn't know they played. They got a defensive-minded coach, but, boy, did they get after it defensively.
Yeah, and Buffalo lost to Miami, so they've got a 2-game lead in the AFC East.
I know.
Like, that's coach of the year, obviously, Mike Vrabel in the NFL. There's some other good coaching jobs around football. Obviously, what Shane Steichen's doing with the Colts is impressive, but I don't think anybody has done the job, the turnaround for New England that they've made in no time at all. It's crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
They look good. 8-2 right now, tied for the best record at football. Indianapolis, New England, and Denver all 8-2 in the NFL.
And for your Texans, that was a nice game. That was a good fighting win. Boy, that defense, they were everywhere yesterday.
I owe Davis Mills an apology. I think a lot of people.
You gave it to him on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, I had to cover that guy for 2 years in Houston. He sucks, but I don't know. I don't know if he was like playing this in the locker room before the game, just me dunking on him. He played the game of his life. And that final drive, Texans trailing late in the fourth quarter, Davis Mills leads Houston on a 14-play, 93-yard touchdown drive that took 5.5 minutes off the clock. And then he caps it off with a 14-yard run on 3rd and goal, obviously from the 14. Like, that was insane, dude. The Texans were down 11 points with less than 8 minutes to go, came back to win in regulation. And it was Davis Mills, the biggest reason why. Incredible.
Hey, who did I have as gold star locks in the NFL? Did I go Seattle? Because Seattle is my new Detroit Lions because they cover by a bunch.
No. You
had the Lions, right?
You went 1-2 in the NFL. You did have the Lions, but you also had the Panthers, who lost to the Saints at home.
Wow.
Carolina phonies, frauds. And then you had Minnesota against Baltimore covering the 4.5. I think they lost by 8. Yeah, so 1-2 in the NFL. 4-4 overall for the weekend. But again, because you hit your biggest play, you are up $200,000 for the weekend, but still down $100K on the year.
Time for a bounce back week.
What about the game tonight? The best game in the NFL week. Eagles at Packers. Monday Night Football. 6-2 Philly. 5-2-1 Green Bay. Packers a 1.5-point favorite at Lambeau. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm going to take the defending champs for 50,000 units.
Only 50? Come on, get it. If you get it right, you'll be back to even. You need a clean slate. Get 100.
Okay, 100,000 units.
Now we're talking. On Philly.
Yes.
You think they're just, the Packers were one of the teams that was like vehemently against the tush push sticking around. You think Nick Sirianni just like on the opening drive does nothing but tush pushes like 20 plays
Oh, you know
touchdown.
he's gonna love this.
I feel like Sirianni's the type of guy who would do something like that. Like literally just an entire possession is we're just getting like 3 yards on every tush push and there's nothing you could do to stop it. And we're going to score a touchdown here because we hate you guys.
You know, I heard over the weekend, BK, and should have heard it earlier. You probably did. But boy, the Philadelphia came after Micah Parsons really hard.
Yeah, they did.
It sounded like they were getting close to getting that dude.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas just wouldn't trade him. Like Philadelphia's offer might have been better than Green Bay's, but Jerry wasn't going to trade him within the division. I mean, he still traded him to a big rival, which I still can't figure out why they traded it in the first place. But obviously, every Cowboys fan was annoyed that it went to the Packers. But the Packers better than the Eagles in terms of like, you play the Packers just about every year, it feels like. But obviously, you play Philly twice a year. You don't want to give the best team in football, the defending champs, and your biggest rival, maybe the best defensive player in the sport. So, yeah, you see why the Eagles were going after him. Everybody wants to make a deal with Jerry Jones, and we know how good Micah Parsons is. So, at least Jerry didn't do that.
No.
It's the bare minimum of what he's done right this year. He didn't trade Micah Parsons to Philadelphia.
Yeah, great. Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot. You just traded him.
You just traded him to Green Bay, probably the Cowboys fans' second least favorite team.
Wow.
Ever. So that's where we're at right there. No game for the Cowboys, thankfully, yesterday. But nice win for the Texans, man. Going back to them for a second. That was a season saver. They lose that game. They fall to, 3-6 on the year? And with the way Indianapolis is playing, I mean, the AFC is pretty good. Like, you're not coming back from 3-6 to make the playoffs. Obviously, you got a lot of work to do. But you do play the Titans this weekend in Tennessee. Chance to get back to 500. And we'll see. Obviously, getting C.J. Stroud back from that concussion will be paramount because I don't think Davis Mills is capable of putting together a bunch of performances like that. But then again, I didn't think he was capable of doing that yesterday. So give him his flowers.
How about his run down in the corner?
Yeah, the game-winning touchdown, diving for the pylon. Like freaking Michael Vick out there. Okay, maybe not that. But he threw it 45 times. There's no way the Texans' game plan was for Davis Mills to have to drop back and throw it 45 times.
I know.
But he did, and it worked, and they get a huge win over Jacksonville. And the Jags, they still suck.
They do.
Suck. Yep, Liam Cohen was not very happy with the way that game ended yesterday, and it's pretty funny to watch.
How many points did the Texans score in the fourth?
Well, they got that pick six on the final play of the game.
20 points.
So that gave him 26 points. Yeah. It was like 20. They took a lead because of 20. And, the last play of the game, the Jags basically go in Hail Mary, and they get the pick six to steal it, to finalize it. That was pretty glorious, too.
That was a bad game for Trevor Lawrence to lose right there.
He's just not very good, man. I don't know what Jacksonville does with him. He's fine. He's not horrible, but, he's not a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
He looks like a good backup. Is that what he's looking like?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely starting. Like, there's not 32 quarterbacks in the league better than Trevor Lawrence, but, former number one pick, all the hype about him coming out of college. He's getting paid a ton of money. They gave him that long-term deal. Like, you tell me you think Trevor Lawrence is good enough to win you a Super Bowl?
No.
Okay, so that's where Jacksonville is right now. And, he's not the only problem that they have, but at some point, I think Trevor Lawrence will be doing the Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold type of revenge tour, highly drafted quarterback who just ends up trying to figure it out on some other team.
Because Sam Darnold's having some fun right now.
Yeah, Seattle looks good, man. They look very good.
Wow.
That's the beauty of the NFL. That's why we love it so much. So much parity year over year. And you see teams go from first to worst and worst to first all of the time. And, the job that Sam Darnold in Seattle is doing is pretty impressive. We talked about New England, talked about Indy, talked about Denver. A lot of surprise stories, good surprises in the National Football League this year. And
I saw that Jackson Dart knocked himself out.
Yeah, concussion from Jackson Dart. Yep. And the Bears beat the Giants. The Bears are 6-3. I think they suck, but they're 6-3. So they're in the playoff hunt right now. And, it's going to be fun. The Cowboys are out of it. Texans still alive because of that win yesterday. I don't know how much playoff football, if any, we're going to get in the NFL in Texas, but obviously some very compelling storylines November into December. I mean, we just passed the halfway point. There's still plenty of NFL football left, but it's been entertaining for sure.
Certainly.
All right. We'll bring it back to the kids. We'll talk more Texas and Georgia. A couple of things that Texas did well against Vanderbilt that I would really like for them to do well against Georgia. We'll get to that in a second. But before we dive back into the college game, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. You know, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they have been doing a fantastic job when it comes to heating and, of course, when it comes to air conditioning. But now the folks at Woods are doing plumbing also. So if you have any problems with your plumbing, please call on the technicians from Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get out to you in a hurry. I think it's tomorrow, BK, it's supposed to be in the 40s here. You know, there's a good chance of, you know, this morning was high of 38, or I mean low of 38 this morning, but it's supposed to be in the 40s, I think, tonight. So guess what's going to turn on? Your heater. Hopefully you folks have called the folks at Woods Comfort Systems to make sure your heating is all ready to go and you have your home winterized. If not, get to it. Get to making that phone call to those folks over at Woods Comfort Systems. They'll bring their technicians out and they will get everything installed and making sure all the pipes, when it comes to all the filters, are changed and ready to go. So when that heater does crank on, everything is going to be clean and like it's supposed to be. Once again, close to 70 years in Central Texas, Woods Comfort Systems, nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. No. And now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Love it.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Also, some love to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of our TSU merch, our hats, our shirts, our sweatshirts. Bring out the pullovers here soon. Our koozies, everything that we use to rep TSU, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They're based in South Austin. They can get what you need quickly. So if you have a business that needs gear, if you have a big event coming up that needs signs, stickers, merch, whatever, hit up Adam, 512-300-9641, or you can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
I love this. My heat is running smooth. Just 50 more payments on my new system. Nice.
50?
Nice. 50 more payments. That's like the payments when I get a car. Oh, you only have 67 more payments. Hey, thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Yeah, I've told you a couple of times that I'm like kind of starting the search for a new car. Spent a lot of time talking to the folks at Covert. And then I keep thinking, it's like, you know, I currently have a car payment of $0.00.
Zero.
Do I want to give that up? So my car's still running, still fine, no major repairs yet. Like, do I really need to add a car payment to my life?
You know, the Buck is still sending his car payments out through the mail.
Through the mail? You check every month?
Yeah, I send them a check, yes.
You doing Western Union money transfer?
No, dude, I got these. Where is it here?
Do you have any have you ever done direct deposit? It's such a game changer.
I do that for certain things.
Wow.
But like for my car payments, no, I like checks and balances. I can go into here, write it out. My wife will put nice handwriting, I put it in the mail. You know when I send it out? The day that it's due.
First of the month?
I send that if it's due on the 21st, I send it out on the 21st.
Okay. And they're okay with that?
Oh yeah, I've got like, I think it's a 12-day window. And it only goes down to San Antonio, where I make my payments. Dude, sometimes it takes 6 days to get to San Antonio. I'm like, how is that possible?
6 days? Walk down there faster than that.
It's the weirdest thing. Or do they people going through the envelope to make sure there's no cash in there first?
Yeah, I don't know. You should just walk down 35 and take it yourself.
Yes, you're right. If I go down to Ratom, I can just drop it off.
Hang on. Now you're talking right there. So love Covert Bee Cave though, but yeah, man, and Woods Comfort Systems too. Hopefully you went through Woods Comfort Systems. Whoever commented that, I can't remember who that was. Longhorn Bear, yeah, they're the best in the business. All right, so more Texas, Georgia. Buck, we spent some time in hour one talking about the Texas run game against the Georgia run defense. And Georgia's been very stout, stopping the run all year long. No surprise. It's a Kirby Smart defense. That's what they do every single year. And we all know that Texas has struggled running the football. I want to flip it, though, to the other side because another key is going to be whether or not Texas can stuff Georgia's run. I know Gunnar Stockton's had a hell of a year. I think he's been better than just about anybody anticipated, right?
Yeah, that old guy's playing pretty well.
He looks... Yeah, speaking of 22 going on 52, I mean, his hairline, he will be bald by the time he's like 25 years old. But he's playing with some wisdom out there.
Yes.
And he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the SEC. He was really good on Saturday. Didn't have to do a ton against Mississippi State, but 18 of 29, 264 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 turnovers. He's been really good. But it's Georgia. Their identity is still running the football. They want to out-physical you. They want to play that smash mouth style brand. They don't want to turn into a shootout. They want to win with the run game and with their defense. And they ran it for more than 300 yards on Saturday. Nate Frazier, who's had a bit of an up and down season. He's also dealt with injuries this year. 12 carries for 181 yards. It's 15 yards per carry. They also have Chauncey Bowens, who's been their leading rusher, the freshman this season. He had a good day on Saturday, and he's having a really good season. Gunnar Stockton can move too. Don't sleep on him. That guy is a dual threat. So, yeah, Georgia as a team, 44 carries, 303 yards, 6.9 yards a clip against Mississippi State. Remember, Texas could not run the ball against Mississippi State. A lick.
No,
a few weeks ago. So we know what Mississippi State is. I mean, they're 5-5. They're 1-5 in the SEC. They're not a great football team, but like their run defense did enough to slow down Texas. Georgia ran for 303 yards on basically 7 yards a carry against them. I think we all feel pretty good about the Texas run defense. They're top 5 in America. I think you have to, but like not letting Georgia control the clock and establish that kind of ground game.
Yeah, first down run. You got to stuff them on first down runs. They can't be running for 6 and 7 yards a clip on first down, where they can do anything they want on second and third down. You got to settle them down to here's a 2-yard run. Sorry, now you're going to have to think about what you're going to do. You're going to run it again. You're going to pass it, but you can't give away first down runs of 5 and 6 yards. That's a no at their place because that's what they want to do.
Yeah, agreed, 100%.
And they're still going to test. They're still going to test Texas like everybody does and fails at it. But they're going to test them in the run game for sure.
No, you have to. I mean, they're really good at that. So that's I don't know. You're coming off a game where you run for 300 yards. And Georgia's now 19th in the country in terms of rushing yards per game on the season. So that's been a strength of their team. Why would you not try to do it? Right. And that's a similar conversation to what we had the week of Vanderbilt, similar conversation to what we had the week of Oklahoma. I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but it's going to be a battle of physicality. And Texas was able to win on the lines of scrimmage against Oklahoma and Vanderbilt. And I mean, we know how Georgia recruits. We know the type of talent they have every year. We know how they're coached. Like, they're going on the road where Texas has not been very good this season, by the way. And you've got to deal with those big boys. You need your offensive and defensive lines to bring it.
Yeah, you're going to have to be buttoned up too. You can't be flinching and jumping and maybe offsides because Kirby's getting every call at home. Sorry.
Yeah, probably. It was pretty shocking to see him not get that call on that early fumble. I was just assuming that was going to get overturned and Georgia was going to keep the football because everything goes their way. But yeah, look, I mean, it's people, Texas haters will laugh at Texas fans complaining about the officials, but it's the second year in a row, actually the third year in a row, going back to the Big 12 days, where Texas is last in their conference in penalty yards against. So like we're just, calls have not been going Texas's way this year. It's far from our biggest problem, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, you gotta expect a couple of things to maybe go against you. But like you said, look, some of Texas's penalties this year have been obvious. You got to call a false start. If Brandon Baker jumps early, you got to call it. Like some of if a guy jumps off sides, you got to call it. So some of what Texas has done from a penalty standpoint, and they're still
there's a bunch of legitimate calls now.
Yeah.
90% of them are legitimate calls.
You can't do that even against the Vanderbilt game. What was it, 8 or 9 penalties? I think it was 9 penalties you had against the Commodores. Like you do that on the road against Georgia, who's better than Vanderbilt, then could spell an end to your playoff hopes, just like that.
Yeah, you're looking to be 5 or 6 penalties in that game. And the only reason you're going to get 6 is because we're used to you getting 9. But really, you need about 4 or 5 of those in that game. And you can't have these major penalties. That's what Texas has been good at, I thought, that the fact that they haven't had a lot of stupid, really weird penalties, And that's early in the season they did when they had that stretch of those 3 games where guys would get their hands up underneath the guy's face and push that way. A defender would do that. Defensive guys would do that. But you haven't seen a lot of that lately. It's just been the silly penalties now.
They did have, and this was only a 5-yarder. Yeah, they haven't had a lot of personal foul penalties. I guess they had the offsetting, which was a joke. But the play, Diego Pavia scores a touchdown and then throws the ball at, who was it? Phil Sami, I think. And then Manny Muhammad gets an offsetting call because he and a Vanderbilt receiver are going back and forth. And I thought that was a joke. But the other undisciplined penalty, remember Warren Roberson, who was in their corner for a few plays, like before a snap, he just shoved a wide receiver. He was playing press coverage, and before the ball was snapped, he tries to jam the receiver, and it's an offsides penalty. And it's like, what are you doing, dude? Like you don't move until the guy moves.
He was excited, man. He was very excited.
So that was pretty dumb. But you're right. I mean, for the most part,
most of them have been really just dumb 5-yarders that are they just irritate you, especially when they happen on your offensive line. But guys jumping off sides is the same thing. But not a lot of major fouls, which is a good thing. The ones that really cost you, that not only keep the drive alive, but the field position changes. So they did that early in the season. They had those when they were getting 10 and 12 penalties. They had all of that, but they still were able to beat those teams.
I mean, this offense, I think we've seen enough of it through 9 games it's any offense. You play better when you're not behind the chains.
Right.
And this offense, it feels like one penalty has been a drive killer for them. A 1st and 15 has been very difficult for this offense to overcome. And a big part, you look at the Vanderbilt game, you look at the comeback against Mississippi State, you look at the second half against Oklahoma, like the moments where this Longhorn offense has been at its best, they haven't been committing penalties. They've been playing ahead of the chains, positive games. They also didn't have a sack allowed against Vandy. They only had 1 TFL allowed against Vandy, and they weren't committing a bunch of offensive penalties, when they were building that massive lead. So it's like, it's Captain Obvious stuff here, but if you just don't shoot yourself in the foot, maybe this offense can be a little something. But you just
it's going to be interesting to see how these players come out and play on the road at Georgia. You know what I mean?
They've been awful on the road this year. Right? Both losses have been in true road games, and their 2 road wins, they had 8 first downs against Kentucky and needed overtime. It was the worst offensive performance from a yardage standpoint for Texas since Sean Watson was calling the plays. And then you needed that 17-point fourth quarter comeback against Mississippi State. Now, you take those wins, of course, they're the reason we're talking about this game as like something that actually matters. But this team has not been putting together promising performances in true road games this season.
No, they were road warriors last year.
Yeah, I mean, they had the last couple of years. They hadn't lost a road game since October of 2022. They went 2 full seasons without losing a road game. And one of them was in the SEC. And then this year, they've lost 2. Obviously, they lost their first 2. And then their 2 road wins have been just like, what? Do we need to play this bad? It's nice to win, but do we need it to look like this? Really?
No, they need to hey, how about a fast start? You think that'll be important?
Yeah, I mean, you were up 17-0 after 1 quarter against Vanderbilt. If you can do that again, I mean, you could just be up 7-0 after Georgia or against Georgia after 1. Then I'd be very, very happy. So yeah, I mean, you'd like to set the tone early because you haven't been able to do that a whole lot this year. Fast start's key, and also it's the Georgia mental block. Somebody brings it up, like it feels like I think the Chiefs,
whatever you have, that's what it is.
Well, yeah, I feel like the Chiefs have this in the NFL in the playoffs. I feel like the Astros had this in Major League Baseball for a long time in the playoffs. It's like teams just they mentally freak out. It's like, because you know how good that team is. You know how many big games they've won. You know how many playoff rounds and championships they've won.
Right.
It's like it gets in your head a little bit to where, hey, you might be in a close game in the fourth quarter, but like, can you get over that mental hurdle? Just ignore that Georgia G on the side of the helmet and make the plays to go out and win you a football game. Again, Buck, since the start of 2021, there's only been 2 SEC teams that have beaten Georgia. 2. Alabama got them twice, and Ole Miss got them last year. That is it. So Texas is trying to do something. We've talked about how rare it is for them to lose at home, but it's just rare that they lose a conference game. Texas is trying to do something that 13 SEC teams have not been able to do since COVID. So there's a mental thing that I think a lot of teams.
No wonder you're scared. No wonder you're scared.
Yeah, that's why. Like, they're
I'm
also
not
really
scared.
good this year.
It's going to be fine.
Okay. All right.
It's
Hope
going to
you're
be
right.
fine. All the defenders, everybody's going to be happy and healthy on defense. Guys will be excited to play. The insurance salesman, that dude will be throwing picks.
Gunnar Stockton, the insurance salesman.
Yeah, that dude will be throwing picks. Everything will be fine. Just don't let them get on a roll running the ball. That's the deal.
You had me for a second with all that positivity, and then it just sounds like you're negative right there.
Well, I'm just negative the fact that I don't see them as having a great running back.
No,
but they've got that offensive line again. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah, they do. They do. And again, Bowers is good. Frazier's good. It's Georgia. Like, they got 4- and 5-star talent littered across their roster.
Right.
So they don't have a Herschel Walker back there. They don't have a Todd Gurley back there, but Frazier's got some game. Bowens looks really promising as a true freshman. That offensive line has some NFL dudes on it. And Gunnar Stockton, he's thrown 2 picks this year. Like, of course, you would love to create a couple of turnovers, but Georgia has not been giving the ball up a lot this year. So, it's obviously another huge key. This Texas pass defense needs to be a lot more buttoned up than they have been as of late.
Once again, they got guys who can catch the ball this year. They throw it to them and they catch it. They make the plays.
Yeah. It's they're loaded. They're loaded with talent. Like, Georgia's defense is not as elite as it's been under Kirby Smart, but their offense is, really freaking good. They're firing on all cylinders, man. Like, they can win shootouts now. You used to not see Georgia ever play in shootouts because you couldn't score on them. But Tennessee put up 41 against them. Ole Miss put up 35 against them. Like, if your offense is clicking, you can score points against these guys. But the problem is, unlike years past, they can also score with you. So they can beat you in a few different ways. And, your secondary's got to be buttoned up because the last 2 – Texas is 92nd. I got to double-check these stats after this past weekend of games. But last week, as of the last time the Longhorns have played, 92nd in the country in passing defense. 13th in the SEC out of 16 teams.
I never thought that was going to come to be in play for the secondary.
And now we're talking like, can we just be top 50 by the end of the year? That's where I was at the start of last season coming off of 2023. It's like, we don't need to be elite. And then Texas was elite. They were top 10. I think they were top 3 before the playoff. They ended number 7.
Right. That's right. Now we're looking for top 50 again.
And now it's like, I know, look, Jahdae Barron's awesome and Andrew Makuba is awesome. And those guys are making things happen on Sundays. We knew those dudes weren't going to be easy to fill, but it's like, you got enough talent there. And with Dwayne Akina coming back, a lot of people thought he'd be an upgrade over Blake Gideon and Terry Joseph. And right now the Akina-Orfe combination has not quite been as good as
the Rutgers combo that's not working.
The Rutgers and Arizona combo. That's Akina was at Arizona these last few seasons, and Orfe was at Rutgers.
And plus they've been banged up back there too. That's the group that was like the running backs last year. And all of a sudden within the season, they're getting a bunch of guys that are banged up.
Yeah.
And then they had guys that were banged up last year. I was thinking they're going to be healthy and ready to go, and they're not quite there yet.
Yeah, we had the stats last week. Like, the difference with and without Michael Taff on the field is staunch, and it worries me a little bit for next year. But again, we're not focused on next year yet. But with Michael Taff on the field, Texas has allowed 3 passing touchdowns and 5 interceptions. with Michael Taft off the field, Texas has allowed 8 passing touchdowns and they have 0 interceptions. Like that, we know how good he is. We know how valuable he is. He's the heart and soul of the Texas defense. But we'll see an injury report on Wednesday. We'll hear from Steve Sarkisian later this morning. The hope is he's like, yeah, Michael Taft practiced all last week and he's fine. Like he's not wearing a cast on his thumb anymore. It's fully recovered. He's ready to go. And then of course the first injury report will come out on Wednesday. And we're hoping Michael Taft's name is not on there. And if it is, we're hoping it's a probable designation.
Yeah, I need you to get your insiders on Wingo's thumb and how they've got this thing. I don't even know what you can do with it. I don't know if you can tape it, BK. Like I said, there's no other fingers you can tape it to, unless it's to this one, to the pointer, and that's going to be, you can't catch like that. There's no chance.
No, can't do
that. That guy can't catch when he's got all 5 of them working the right way.
Yeah, I assume it'll be wrapped up, right? I mean,
I guess that's all you can do.
Yeah, someone maybe will ask Sark today or on Thursday about that. And the expectation is that Wingo's going to play. But yeah, how does his thumb look? I think it was his right thumb. And how effective can he be? He's going to be huge in this game. You need your stars to be stars. And I know Ryan Wingo has not had the year that he had wanted and any of us have wanted, but we know he's a star player. We know he is a difference maker on the outside. And to go on the road and do something that a lot of people don't do and beat this Georgia team in their house.
You need him to be playing really well, yes.
All of your best players have to show up. That's obviously Arch. That's Trey Wisner in the running game. That's Wingo on the outside. That's Ant Hill and Colin Simmons and Michael Taft on defense. Like
that's your center and guard combo there.
Yeah, well, those aren't your best players, but you need everybody, I guess.
Yes.
You do need everybody, but your stars, your All-American caliber players on defense have to look like that, and your weapons on all like this can't be Arch Manning going back to Kentucky, can it?
No.
Like,
No. One guy's not going to do this. You're going to need everybody. Everybody has to play well. You can't have somebody that kind of sits this one out. It's just a participant. They got to be good in the game.
Yeah. And obviously we haven't spent a ton of time talking about Arch Manning, but he's going to have to be really good. I mean, I think Longhorn Nation is a lot more confident in number 16 with what we've seen from him in the last, 5 quarters of football that he's played. And it's just one thing that we need to see Steve Sarkisian keep the identity and keep a similar game plan to what they did against Vanderbilt, because it feels like every single game there's something completely different. And it's like you think you've turned a corner, you think you know what you're good at, and then the head coach does something completely different the following week. But yeah, I mean, Arch has to be in command. He's got to be quick. He's got to be confident, and he's got to be accurate. Like too many times this year, Arch Manning's been throwing the ball into the dirt, throwing behind his receivers. It's like that's
we haven't seen a lot of that, like you said, over the last couple of games. That has to continue.
Yeah, it's got to be good Arch that shows up, obviously, because Georgia's not going to hand you this game. They're not going to make it easy.
And they'll be there. If you think you're in it and you're going to pull it out, they're going to be right there with you in the fourth quarter. They don't quit.
Yeah, it's a good team. It's a really good team, and they looked really, really good on
so has your mind changed a little bit today?
No. Sorry about that. You're not doing a good enough job, because every time you talk confidently about Texas, you're like, but they also, and it's like you keep getting me excited. You got me. And then it's not happening,
They rushed for over 300 yards, you said, Saturday against Mississippi State?
Yeah, you're taking me back to the hotel room, and then your key's not working because you had it next
I got
to
the
your
wrong
phone.
key. I got the wrong key. I left my key in the car.
Or you left it in the car, or you had it attached to your phone, so it got demagnetized. And now you got to go to the lobby, and I'm just sitting there like, you know what? I should take an Uber home. I'm going to leave right now. I'm not waiting this out.
Yeah, I'll just take an Uber. I don't want to get back in my car. I'm tired anyway. Go home.
That's what's happening right now. That's what you're doing. You're trying to convince me, and I hope you do.
I think by Thursday I'll have you convinced. By Thursday.
Yeah. We'll obviously have a couple of Georgia guests on the show this week and get their thoughts. But man, it's gonna be an awesome atmosphere. A lot of Longhorn fans obviously making the trip. I'm kind of bummed that I'm not making the trip this weekend, because it should be a fun day of tailgating and college football and under the lights. Texas at Georgia. First time Texas has played a road game against Georgia before, but it was in Atlanta like a long, long time ago. Technically a road game. This is the first time they've played in Athens ever. And, Georgia fans know that. They're going to be ramped up, ready to go. And Texas will have to deal with another hostile crowd. Hopefully these road games that they have played will have them more prepared. But again, they have not put together a full 60-minute clean performance in a road game this year. And you feel like that's what it's going to take.
Yeah, it will. That's exactly what it's going to take Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we'll take your thoughts. What's your confidence level on a Monday, Texas at Georgia? Somebody asked earlier, is there a world where Texas runs the table, makes the SEC championship game, loses, and gets left out of the college football playoff? No, I don't think that world exists.
No, if they go to championship, they're in.
Yeah, the SEC's too good. I think every year this will be the case, especially when they expand the playoff. So this will be obvious. But even this year, like the two teams that make the SEC title game are going to make it every single year. There's no feasible scenario where like an 8-4 team gets into the SEC title game and
Big 12's getting one, ACC is getting one, and they're just getting their champs. That's it.
I'm worried about the Big 12. I hope you're right. I think as of now, the Big 12, and we'll see tomorrow, but Big 12 could
get trying to get Cincinnati in there.
Well, it'd be Tech and BYU right now. Like whoever wins the Big 12, you hope BYU like loses to Cincinnati, and I guess you hope Tech just runs the table and wins I don't want Tech to make it, so no, I hope Tech loses to like UCF in West Virginia and they're out of it altogether. But you just hope, one Big 12 team wins and you don't have like the Big 12 championship game being a top 15 matchup or top 12 matchup or something like that. Then that's when things get dicey.
Where's the West Virginia Tech game?
I think it's in Morgantown.
Ugh. Not even people from Lubbock want to go to Morgantown at this time of the year.
Which one's worse out of those two? I've never been to Morgantown. I've been to Lubbock a few times, and
I've been to Lubbock. I would say West Virginia is worse.
West Virginia's worse?
Yeah, Morgantown, West Virginia is worse.
Okay.
My niece and my sister and her husband, they're all like mountaineers.
They voluntarily live there, right? They're not like being held hostage.
They don't live there. They don't live there. They just went to school there. People, it's not like Austin. Then once you go to school there, you get out as quick as you can.
I thought you had some family who still lived there. I knew you had a bunch.
My niece goes to school there.
Okay. All right. So no adults.
Yeah.
No adults who like choose to reside in Morgantown. All right.
Oh, dude, my sister not only went there, she then got her graduate degree from there.
What is that worth? Like $5?
I don't know.
What does that get you? A grad degree from WVU?
I mean, really?
Sorry,
that's
sister,
all right.
Godbolt. Sorry about that. I know she listens all the time.
She's gonna say, "Hey, did they get you a big win this weekend?" Yeah, they did.
I would say a grad degree from West Virginia is the equivalent of like a high school diploma from Austin High.
Wow.
I would say that's about the same level of academia right there. So,
good grief.
Yeah. Tech hosts UCF this week, and then at West Virginia, their final. They have a bye in between. They only have 2 games left. So hosting UCF and then at the Morgantowners, the Couch Burners, the Moonshiners for the finale. Yeah. So, Big 12 could get 2. I hope they get 1. ACC's only getting 1. G5's only getting 1. And, I think there's 3 pretty much locks in the Big 10 right now with Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. Maybe they sneak a 4th team in. I
get Illinois in there.
I doubt it. I mean, if Michigan beats Ohio State, because Michigan's 7-2.
Yes.
And they play a couple of – they have like Northwestern and Maryland before Ohio State.
They got Northwestern this week. They got them like –
yeah, they'll be 9-2 going into Ohio State. So, like, if they win that game, then they'll be in the playoff, and the Buckeyes will still be in the playoff. So you could get 4 in the Big 10. And then the SEC, again, tomorrow when the new bracket comes out, I think there will be 5 SEC teams. It'll be the 4 that were in last week with A&M, Bama, Georgia, Ole Miss. They all won. And then Texas is going to slide in for BYU. So you'll have 5 in, and there's I don't care. I only care about Texas. The SEC can get 1 team in for all I care, as long as it's Texas. But
sorry about that, Mandy. Is the Cinderella story over with now?
No, I mean, they're still a 2-loss team. If they lost to Auburn, it would have been. But they are still in the mix. Now they need Texas and Oklahoma to fizzle because they're below both of them. So they're going to need to go 10-2 and get a little help, I think. But Cinderella story is still alive for the Doors, for the Lionel Richies, as we like to call them.
They're not going anywhere. Like I told you, they better do something with this season because it's over with after that. They turn back into the Frog next year and for years to come.
Yeah, that's where, if Clark Lee leaves, you wonder. I mean, they've got money. They've, people are finally investing into them. There's like a 5-star quarterback who is like, I think currently committed to Georgia, who is a lot of people think is going to flip to Vanderbilt. Think about what I just said. But obviously that goes away if the coach decides to go to Penn State or LSU. Clark Lee is going to get interest. I don't know. We had that Vandy guy a couple weeks ago who thought Vandy was going to kill Texas and thinks Clark Lee is going to die on the sideline at Vanderbilt. I don't know if he'll take anything that he says seriously, but
he's not going to take $10 million someplace else. He's going to stay with the 40 he gets at Vandy.
I know. Clark Lee's a Nashville guy and he went to Vandy. Like the only way he stays is if they pay him a crap ton. We all know that. He's not going to be like, yeah, I'll take $5 million. I'll stay here. Even though Penn State's offering me like $11 million a year.
Right.
It's like, if you guys want me, and it because Vandy's a private school, we don't find out the exact amount of what he's making, but like we know Vandy's going to have to pony up if they.
Well, they definitely will have to.
Want to keep Clark Lee. He's done a tremendous job. Like,
look, James, that he was going to be there. He's a lifer there. He's not.
Yeah. James Franklin was, he did good things at Vanderbilt, got him the Penn State job. Clark Lee has done better things at Vanderbilt, and hey, Penn State's open again.
Yeah, you're right.
And obviously a bunch of other gigs are open too. So it's great, man. In the home stretch of this college football season, you're seeing playoff projections, you're seeing playoff brackets, and it'll be fun. Fun to see Texas in there tomorrow night. Obviously a long way to go, but good to be in the mix going into the final 3 games of the year, and obviously golden opportunities for the Longhorns to ruin some seasons and solidify a spot into the field of 12 for the 3rd consecutive year. I guess the playoff for the 3rd.
I'll tell you who's running it for me this year. University of Houston, back-to-back losses. What the hell's? No,
they won.
They won. Yeah, but they won and they covered. That was a pick 'em.
Yeah. What are you mad about Houston for?
Yeah. I'm not. It was I thought they lost that game. No, they won that game. That was one of my picks, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Thank you very much.
That was one that you got right. You got you were 3-2 in college football. You had Houston, Vanderbilt, and West Virginia. By the way, Vandy and West Virginia both covered by 0.5 point, and the lines did change.
Yeah, I know. They're at 7 probably for both.
Yeah, so you're welcome there, being a nice guy. You missed Memphis and you missed Indiana.
Memphis. There it is, Memphis.
Yeah, Memphis let you down right there. So there you go. All
right. Indiana, they were on such a march. Them not just tooling Penn State was incredible to me.
Dude, I am Penn State's been so bad. They've looked lifeless too. They look completely checked out.
Oh yeah.
And they obviously brought it. And they had that game. Credit Mendoza, credit Cooper. Indiana's a resilient bunch without their top wide receiver too in that game. They found a way. And this is one of those years. We said this at the start of the year, and here we are 11 weeks into the season. Feels like 7 or 8 teams could win a national championship this year. Like, I think Ohio State is the best team in the country, but they haven't beaten a whole lot of really good teams this season. Not their fault. They beat Texas, obviously. That's their best win, but they didn't play Oregon. Penn State sucks. They haven't played Michigan yet. I don't know if Michigan's even that good. So it's like, I don't think Ohio State's flawless. We saw Indiana almost lose to a 3-6 Penn State team. A&M, I know they're undefeated. They're not beating a whole lot of great teams right now. Point is, it feels like we're going to get to the playoff and we're not going to really have any idea who the best team is.
Yeah, you're right.
It was kind of like, Ohio State was the 8th seed last year. They lost to Michigan.
Yeah, once again, like you say, you can only play the teams that are in front of you. If you beat them, you just keep on moving along.
That's it. No, that's it. You can't, you don't want to play playoff teams every week in the regular season. You're perfectly fine playing a bunch of bad teams in your conference week in and week out. Take advantage of it. Texas did it last year.
Yes, they did.
Texas took advantage of a pretty favorable schedule in 2024. And, you take it. You don't complain about it. You thank Daddy Sankey and you move on right there. All right, quick shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. Ryan's been a good buddy of mine for a long time, and he's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade plus. So if you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, gets bit by a dog, don't fight the insurance companies alone. You're doing enough trying to get your life back on track. Call Hurricane Hecht. Let him do the hard work for you, and let him flood your wallets with cash. 512-938-8929. You can find out more at his website, hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Yes, indeed, my brother.
Yes, indeed. All right, I see one half of Chaos Theory here. We'll bring in Double R. What's going on, sir?
It's cold, buddy. It's cold. It's pretty chilly.
It is.
Yeah. And the whites.
It's up to 40 in Denton, Texas, where I am, Double R. It was 32 at the start of the show. So we are I was a little worried because I'm driving back to Austin right after this. And I'm like, dude, if I got to deal with ice today, not that ice. They don't want me. If I got to deal with ice today, it could be a problem in the Altima.
Yeah, that ice is my problem. So make sure your tires are inflated, everybody. Your little light's going to come on. So
mine's is on. Mine's is on.
Yeah, it's going to come on. So that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
Where am I taking that to? Do I do that? Of course, you know how to do that yourself. Can I take that to Discount Tires and have them do that?
Oh, be ready because they have like a courtesy thing there where they'll do that for you. But like when it gets cold, I mean, that line is like wrapped around. I will tell you, I know that we work with 7-Eleven, but I will tell you, if you can find a QT, they have free air. You can go over there and just do it yourself, and the light will turn off. Got one right.
Yeah, I got hosed. I got to call out our guy Ashish here in a bad way. I love 7-Eleven, the one right by where I live, and they've got an air pressure machine or an air machine, whatever you call it. You know what I'm talking about. And I went there before my trip, and they've got this little. I don't have like a PSI reader. I don't have a tire gauge at home, but they have one on the machine. There's like a little screen that shows the PSIs of each tire, and so I paid for it, and the screen was broken.
Oh, all gimmicked up, huh?
So the air was working, but like I had no idea how much I needed to put in. I had no idea.
Kick the tire.
It'll tell you on the tire. It'll say do not fill over. It's for your car, probably about 35 PSI.
Right. Oh, yeah. But I didn't know how much was going in. Like the screen wasn't showing me how much was in there. I know the max and the min. I know where it's supposed to be. I just didn't know where it actually was.
Oh man.
And I thought I eyeballed it well enough. And then literally like 2 hours later, the lights came back on. It's like,
wow.
And this was like on Friday when it wasn't cold. So it was like, I clearly didn't put enough in there. So, and it didn't beep. Yeah, no, it's supposed to beep when it's full. It wasn't beeping either. I was like, I got host. So I got to text Ashish. She's probably listening right now. Now he's like, oh shit, why didn't you tell me, BK? There's probably 15 people who have that same problem. But so I'm deflated. I'm Tom Brady's footballist, gentlemen.
Yeah, I gotta go do that. I'm gonna go put some air.
I heard you guys talking about daughters a little bit earlier. I caught something where y'all were talking about daughters. So one of my daughters on her older vehicle that she doesn't have anymore, because I'd get in that vehicle and there'd always be a tire light on. All of that would be on, of course. The tire light always on. I get in there one time and the oil thing is on. Where it's got the little oil thing.
No.
And I'm like, girl, you need oil. There's something wrong here. And she's like, well, that's the tire light. I'm like, I've never seen a tire that looks like an oil can. Jeez Louise.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's smoking. The engine is smoking. She's like, it's the tires, Dad. I swear it's the tires.
Yeah. It's cluttering. Clank, 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 clank. When you
start it up. I gotta go by because my light, what's coming on is my tire thing comes on, but then it says you need and I just had my oil changed, for my car, but it says you need fluids or something. What the hell does that mean? Water?
It means your man fluid, I believe.
Oh, Yeah,
it's
well,
probably
I don't have a lot of those either.
if you just got that done, because those vehicles that they go, those sensors come on at certain points, so it probably just needs to be reset. You probably don't need anything. You might need washer fluid. That's probably what it is. A windshield wiper.
I'll tell you this: if I take that Benz to the South Austin, the Benz place, they'll find something wrong with it.
Oh
yeah.
They always do. It's like
always something.
I'm like, what is the deal? Do I really need that? And the guy will go, well, you don't need it right now, but you should get that done eventually.
It's ultimately going to break down and cause more problems.
Oh yeah, I always get that. Like, it's nothing really wrong with it, but if you handle it now, everything should be okay. The next 5 years, I'm like, hey, thanks a lot.
Well,
Why don't I just wait the next 5?
So you need to go to our man Paul Cook over at Paul's Motorworks.
Yeah,
there. Paul Cook.
Look. This is how I pay for my car payments every month with a check in the mail. What are you laughing at, Wags? You shouldn't laugh, people.
I had that shit 20 years ago. That's what I was using 20 years ago. No, it works. It is.
Yeah, it works.
It works.
You write down the check number and everything on the little end of it.
Bucky doesn't tell you, dude. He pays by check at HEB too. He's one of those guys.
No, I do not do that. I have never ever pulled a check out in the line holding people up, pulling out a check at HEB. That's card or cash only. But when I have payments to make, if I have a toll payment to make, I stick it in the mail, stick the check in the mail and send it out. I got stamps all over the place.
How long
I got those? Hey, I got forever stamps forever.
Jeez. There you go.
Oh,
All right, guys. I'm going to boogie because I got to hit the road back to Austin.
Have a good one, boys.
You're listening, guys.
Stay coming back, BK.
Thank you, guys. See y'all.
Guy rockets in flight. Boo! Happy Marine Corps
There it is.
birthday. All you Marines out there. Rodney's wearing Marine green. I'm wearing Marine green. Happy birthday.
The only
What's
thing
up, partner?
is,
How are you, sir?
I'm wearing marine green because I'm cold. The wife leaves and she's like, "You better not turn on the heater."
Are you not allowed? Like, Katie's already pumped it up.
Not yet. It's not time yet. And it's when we got married, she was always the chilly cold one, and now it's like I have to put the AC on real cold at night. I like it cold too, but she's like, don't turn on the AC. We don't need to do that yet.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the heat.
I mean the heat. I'm sorry. Don't
Okay.
turn on the heat yet.
I was gonna say all you gotta do is open a window, double R. You'll get the AC.
Oh yeah.
What's up, partner? How was your weekend? Good.
Yeah, it's all right. Kind of hit or miss. Had some things I had to do. You and I are kind of texting there. Sounds like you and I were laboring a little bit this weekend. So yeah,
I called a little bit of ball. I called some football, but
caught some good
caught
stuff.
all the good pieces of it, all the main pieces of it, I guess. But we can talk a little bit of Monday morning quarterback here on Chaos Theory. Make sure you guys hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter brand X. My guy, double R, is the Rodney R on Twitter brand X. And then on InstaFace, it is the _ Rodney R. I'm the Wagner Wire on InstaFace. Go ahead and hit us up. Follow us if you hadn't done so already. Make sure you like the video after Jordan's show today, after the Lone Star Playbook. And then also give us a smash on that like button for the YouTube channel here for Texas Sports Unfiltered, and then follow Texas Sports Unfiltered on all other social media platforms if you don't do so already. You beautiful faces, how are we doing out there, TSU fam? Hit us up, let us know. Text us in that chat channel here, and let's get started. Let's get the show on the road, amigo. Where do you want to go first?
Hey man, Texas Georgia week. It's hard to not be excited about this.
Yeah,
right?
for sure, absolutely.
But
I've been
apprehensive.
I haven't set up any guests yet for Georgia Tech.
I've got a couple of feelers out myself for that. So I'm sure that everybody's in demand right now with that coming up. But I mean, here's your Achilles heel, right? I mean, ever since the move to the SEC, Texas has done damn near everything. I mean, you win in T-Town. You beat the great Nick Saban.
Yeah, I mean, you're the first one to do it in a long time, right? In Tuscaloosa. So
yeah, you take care of that. I mean, you go in and the rivalry's renewed, and you beat A&M your first year in the SEC, and you go to the college football playoffs, the semifinals in the SEC, or the number one preseason ranked team out of the SEC, ranked number one for the first time ever, but you haven't been able to get over Georgia. That's been your
It has. Well, I mean, it's only been 2 years, but I mean, in the small scale, in the small range, it has. They've been like the bane of our SEC existence right now, right? It's the Georgia Bulldogs, and like I've been mentioning, until somebody dethrones them and knocks them off the hill, they're the kings of it, man. They know how to bite. Let's just say that they know how to bite. In the trenches, they can get it going. But yeah, they were kind of in a little bit of a dog fight, right? For early, and then Georgia is able to do what they do. But Ayton, it feels like no matter where they've had shortcomings throughout their season, they've always had the one consistency, which is their offensive line. I mean, I've hit on this, the past 2 weeks now, man. Kirby is huge on this. He loves having, being able to control the trench warfare. And ultimately, if you can do that, if you can run the ball and play some pretty good defense, it's a good recipe for success if you're Georgia. And, they've kind of made that come to fruition.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a strength on strength thing that we can elaborate more as the week goes, because they're going to want to run the football right at you. They are going to want to go right at the strength of Texas, which is, that solid defense.
I feel like they've kind of opened it up a little bit more with their passing too, right? Like their receivers haven't had as many drops this year, right? Yeah. So they're a little bit more of a threat throughout, with their passing attack and passing arsenal too. Their defense is just nails. It's lights out. Absolutely, get after you with speed and and size there. So it's going to be a tough matchup. I don't know if it's strength on strength. It might be strength versus our. God, I don't want to say mediocrity, because I feel like we've come on a little bit more. We had the bye week to kind of figure this, offensive line schemes out or offensive line combination out, or I guess it's been figured out. I guess build more reps.
I hope they stay with it.
Offensive line. Still, that being said, I kind of hit on this a little bit last week too. We're going into this game, one of the toughest games, with our best offensive line combination, right? Nobody's banged, or Goosby's got to be banged up. He's still got to be busted up. But other than that, right, like it feels like we have the best combinations going out with the offensive line. We've kind of been able to preserve it, if you will. The only counterpoint to that is that we don't have, enough reps or what a full season worth of reps. We only have two weeks of reps to kind of work with. And Georgia's had this thing figured out a long time.
Oh yeah, they really have. And I hope that this week, one of the things, I mean, with the continuity that we saw with the offensive line, in the last game, that you do go in there and you establish who's going to be running back too, because you are going to have to run. I mean, and you haven't done that against Georgia. And I know this is a different defense, but it's a very good defense. So whether it's going to be Simon, I would hope that it's James Simon is who you're going to lean more on. I mean, with the dose of CJ Baxter in there, I've seen different things to where, Baxter, and this is where I go back to, as much as I want to, we just can't. I mean, it's not fair to place that pressure on CJ Baxter because of the injury, and we don't know potentially what his health status is week to week. I mean, you can't count on him. I hate to say that because I sound like a total dick when I say that. You can't count on the guy, but it's like he's not at that point yet. That's why I'm hoping it's going to be Simon, who you go to be the second back there. That's going to.
How do you feel about this? How do you feel about the defense?
The Texas defense or the Georgia defense? The Texas defense. I'm very confident in that defense, but where Georgia scares me is when they go to those 12 and 13 personnel things, when they bring in 3 tight ends and all of that, and I know 1 tight end was down this week, but when they start doing that shit, that's where I think that they can maybe make this Texas defense a little more vulnerable, not having seen something like what they may have coming at them with that.
See, for me, I think it's when if they go to 11 personnel and spread them out and then use Gunnar Stockton with his legs,
because that's a viable threat. Yep.
It's so, and what we mean by this, like if you have 3 wide receivers out there and just 1 tight end and 1 running back, they spread the, they motion the running back, and now they have a 5 wide receiver. They have a 5 set, a 5 receiver set, and they got Gunnar Stockton basically by himself, right? they can use the aggression of Texas as edge rushers like Colin Simmons. If he blows the doors off the edge there, he can kind of cut up and go through B gap instead of C gap, right? Or usually defensive ends will try and squeeze C most of the time, or tackles might even try and squeeze it to the other side. But the defensive edge is going to come off the defensive end is going to come off the edge pretty ferocious, right? You can use that aggression if you're Gunnar Stockton and kind of cut up in there and take off, and hopefully that's where Ant-Man's got to come up ferocious and just be able to make the open field tackle, which Anthony Hill's been fantastic, right? But in the past, linebackers have struggled at times covering, quarterbacks in 11 personnel, especially mobile quarterbacks in 11 personnel that I've seen.
And one thing that I think that may be beneficial for that, because you look at Stockton has 7 touchdowns. I mean, he leads them in rushing touchdowns at this point. And it's a fairly tight race there with Frazier and Bowens. But you've got that. But this is where I think that maybe having faced Diego Pavia 2 weeks ago maybe will be a little bit of a benefit for the mobile quarterback.
People sleep on Stockton, dude. I think Gunnar Stockton's been fantastic.
I mean, he had.
I mean, not Heisman level, but if Gunnar Stockton's been playing shitty, then Georgia wouldn't be, only a 1-loss team, right?
That's a whole thing. I mean, he really is dual threat. I mean, when we talk about dual threat, we think about other people, and he doesn't really get mentioned in all of that. I mean, 15 touchdown passes, but all the rushing touchdowns. I mean, 321 yards on the ground for him. I mean, in a very balanced attack where
and they don't. They're not really in an RPO scheme, right? Like those those yards have come off of scrambling, have come off of design QB runs, not so much of RPO runs. It's like usually like the QB draw or stuff like that, or just total breakdown where the opposition gets a little bit too aggressive, like I was talking about just a couple of minutes ago, and he takes that and uses it to his advantage and kind of breaks off one for about 20 to 30. That's in Stockton's bag. That's the same type of skill set that Arch has in his bag. That's what I'm envisioning 2 really savvy dual threat quarterbacks coming at us on Saturday here. Defense is going to have their hands full on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, they really are. And this is where it goes back to, I saw the comment there about the mental part of the game, to where it's like Georgia has been kind of that thorn in the side that you just can't get over that one hump for Texas. And it's like, if you get into, like in the SEC championship game, if you get into a tight battle, then that's where the pressure's on the coaching staff. That's where the pressure's on Steve Sarkisian to overcome that. I mean, this obviously would be a major hurdle if this program can get by Georgia finally. And I think what a better time to do it than this year when the expectations were so high and you've fallen short in so many people's eyes that you haven't been what you were supposed to be. And then you go out and win this game. I think it really takes you a long way to get, because I mean, I think tomorrow when the college football playoff comes out, the rankings come out, you're back in the bracket again. Thank you, BYU. So I think you're back in that again. So the table is set here for you to break a major ceiling in this program's history, to where it's like, boom, you finally get through, then you take care of the rest of the business and you're on down the road. But that's easier said than done. I'm sitting here making it sound like it's spreading peanut butter on bread. It's a hell of a lot harder than that. It's a hell of a lot harder than that, Wag. So I don't know, dude. It's a big week. It's a big week, and it's a Saturday night game in Athens.
Yes, it is. Saturday night game in Athens.
God dang it,
just watch any of the college landscape this past week.
I was all kind of
giving a little bit of a fight, huh?
Who's that?
Penn State giving some fight.
State, man. Yeah, I was like, I had kind of thrown that game to the side, and then I was I wasn't actually able to see any of that early or middle window of anything that was going on. I was just kind of checking in periodically, and I was watching that one. And when I first saw it, I'm like, well, okay, that's what I expected. But man, here comes Penn State, fighting for the interim, man. Fighting for the interim. I'm good with that, man. Almost Fernando Mendoza, dude. That dude is
I think he's probably the guy, right, for Heisman. If I want to throw some other people in there just to kind of have the conversation stay open a little bit, but Fernando Mendoza right now is one of one in terms of Heisman candidates, dude. There's just nobody, in my opinion, nobody's doing what he's able to do in that, with that offense. That offense is so, Signetti's got that thing geared up on all damn, V8 right now, just sitting there roaring. This thing is on fire, dude. And he's, you got the keys to the got the keys to the vehicle right now, man. He's able to fly up and down the field with this thing, and Mendoza's the dude, man. It feels like every week he's putting up Heisman stats. So, and it's not like it's in a conference that's watered down either, right? Like it's the Big Ten, right? Like say what you will about it. It's sure it might not be the SEC, but it's second in command in terms of conference strength, in my opinion. The Big Ten's still there. The differential in strength when you take away, there's only four schools, I guess, that are kind of in the conversation for postseason in terms of the Big Ten, maybe 5, right? But in SEC dominates that, but sure, like it's still Big Ten football, right? They're still able to dominate and put up those numbers in a conference that's still a powerhouse. So I don't think I can give my vote. If I had a vote, I don't think I can give it to anybody else but Mendoza at this point.
Yeah. And Omar Cooper, it's like, dude, that would have been a catch on Sunday. Yeah, that unbelievable. I mean, let me tell you something, man. That when you see those things, and it's so funny when they slow this thing down, when they go back and they do the review and they show us all these different angles of whatever. How long do you have to think about that when you're about to make a play like that? I mean, it happens so fast, and dragging that toe in there like that. I mean, just absolutely a thing of beauty. And Indiana finding ways to win, and that's where the season is just so. I mean, I'll tell you. I mean, did you see Memphis lost this weekend?
When Cooper did land, though, it looked like he stepped out originally.
I thought he did when I saw it. Yeah. But like when you look at now, Memphis goes down, so it's like
Indiana. Did you want Indiana to lose by any chance?
I did. I did. I wanted him to lose just to shake shit up.
I don't know, man. I think I have that much. I don't know if I can go as far as say disdain, but I have dislike for Penn State, right? And I don't know. I never want Happy Valley to be that happy. We'll just say that.
Well, what I
don't get a joy in pissing in their Cheerios or shit like that, but still, like I don't know, they're another fan base that just when they're loud, they don't.
Oh, I know.
They don't know how to shut the hell up, and they get loud about the dumbest shit. They get loud about shit they shouldn't even be getting loud about.
Yeah, where I feel bad for Penn State is with James Franklin and then the eventual exit there of him. I feel bad for those dudes. I'm not gonna say those kids because it was always those kids on the team. Now it's like not all of them are kids. Some of them are kids with kids. They've been playing so long, but it kind of sucks. And it was really cool to see a hearted effort from them to try to knock that Indiana team off. But the more I watch Indiana and Kurt Signetti, that dude was emotional after that game. It's like, man, I mean, great for him. But yeah, Indiana's finding ways to win and keeping themselves right in the middle of the mix there. But what I was saying, when Memphis loses, I mean, what's going to happen with that group? Because you have to have one from there. I mean, UNT, are they going to find a way into this? I mean, what if you have what if you have A&M, Tech, Texas, UNT in the playoffs? UNT? Gosh, damn. Texas, baby.
Yeah, that could be wild too. Yeah, and for me, like it's kind of just a runaway with Mendoza right now. I mean, 23-42 through the air, and then 26 touchdowns to only 5 interceptions. I mean, the guy can absolutely sling it. He's a menace, and that's Mendoza the Menace.
Yeah,
is what we're calling him here.
Yeah. Extremely talented. Joaquin into inclusion on the Coda text line. What's it look like if we beat Georgia and A&M but lose to Arkansas? Do we still potentially make it in? Not if you lose to Arkansas. I guarantee you not. I've said that if you lose to Georgia, you might still get in, but if you beat the two heavyweights and lose to Arkansas, you're
against the damn wall here, guys. If we have one more loss, we are out. All right, stop playing this optimistic bullshit. We ain't getting in with 3 losses. Do you think we deserve to get in with 3 losses?
It's not about deserving. It's not about deserving. It's about the system.
It's about having the best teams in the playoff. Do you think I'm asking a question? Don't back out of it.
If you lose 3, you don't deserve to be in there.
Okay.
But the system will reward you because the system is human driven, Wags, and that's where I go back to when you look at all of this stuff. It's like there's humans involved that are going to find a way to complicate things. I still think if you beat Georgia, and win the other 2 games, you'll get in. If you beat, or if you lose to Georgia and win the other 2 games, you get in. But if you lose to Georgia competitively, that's always been my little, what's that thing called? Asterisk. I mean, if you lose in Athens 30-6, sorry.
I absolutely disagree with all you all. I think 3 losses and we're not in. And I think 3 losses and they don't put Texas in on purpose because of all the hype that was going on in the preseason. So
and here's the other part. What only intensified my stance and my thought about them getting in at with 3 losses in a competitive loss to Georgia is when BYU gets throttled by Tech. I think the Big 12 is going to have 1, which I'm assuming is going to be Tech at this point, which they look pretty good, by the way. They spent money in the right places. You want to talk about trench warfare? Those guys are
Texas Tech? Yeah, their defense is insane.
Yeah.
Who's the dude that they got from NC State? Or might not be NC State. Georgia Tech. It's Georgia Tech. The defense tackle that they got from Georgia Tech. They got a lights out defensive front. It's pretty damn nasty.
Yeah.
Bailey too, it might be, they might be arguing for or competing for the best defensive front and I hate saying this because it's Texas Tech, right? But we just got to be real. If we're gonna have the conversation, we got to have a real conversation. Texas Tech might have the best defensive line in college football. Yeah. I don't think that's breaking news at this point.
Yeah, and that's where it's funny to me because the one thing I always get from folks that are not fans of UT of Texas, it's like, well, you're spending money on all the players and spending all this most money on. I'm like, actually, no, Texas Tech has done that, and look at the result. I mean, it's not cool when Texas does it, but oh hell, yeah. What do they say? Gig 'em? No, that's A&M. I don't know, throwing tortillas, whatever. Wreck 'em. Well, yeah. How'd they do it? They use this brand new model because they got a dude with a hell of a lot of money that went out and spent and bought them the best team that you can find. If you lose to the Aggies by 2, I don't know, man. When it comes to losing to the Aggies, this is where, again, not to discount anything A&M's done because they look really good. They have had their schedule hasn't been, it's kind of like what Texas had last year. That's my thought on that. It's they didn't have this schedule that Texas has this year, but they look really good. I mean, they were dominant on Saturday. I listened to that one when I was driving home, and they got their shit.
I was expecting a little bit more from I was expecting a little bit more from BYU, right? Just a little bit more. But yeah, Texas Tech absolutely dominating, and they can say it all they want. I got my buddy Frank. He probably listen to the damn show now. We were supposed to give the Red Raiders their flowers. I guess this is what you can call us giving you your floured tortillas there, Frankie. But here we are, amigo. Congratulations. And yeah, I didn't realize that they spent $50 million. Is that a real number, Bear?
That's real.
Is that a real $50 million real. On that? Just $50 million on the line? Yeah, they better produce. They better be the best defensive line in college football.
Yeah, and that was where they outspent.
Bear, I didn't think BYU was overrated. I thought BYU was for real. I thought they were legit. I thought they play in a atmospheric place that is just very tough to play in Provo. Like it gets, it's a little bit nutty. It's a little bit wacky there, right? And a little bit raucous, if you will. But yeah, I thought BYU was for real, man. I was buying into the brand.
The one thing about Tech that I have noticed, because I do. I mean, I've mentioned this here before. I don't know why I'm so intrigued with the Big 12. I guess because it's Texas teams that are still in there. But what concerns me about that it doesn't concern me. It concerns me if I was a Tech fan. They're horrible in the red zone. And if you get into playoff games where you start playing competition outside of the Big 12 and what these guys have played. You start playing SEC and Big Ten.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be playing red zone football.
Yeah,
right.
and you're going to have to find a way to score.
Right, you're not gonna be hitting from the 40 and going in. You know everything's gonna tighten up once you get down there around that goal line. So
yeah, exactly. So you know it's not to take a shit on the tortillas right here and give you a shit sandwich in your tortilla, but you need to figure out a way to tighten up that red zone.
Well, that wouldn't be a shit sandwich. That'd be a shit burrito, right?
A shit burrito. And Wags, I think we know as well as anybody as a fan base how much it sucks and how much it can hamper you and cost you if you are not good in the red zone. So that's Tech's problem.
It's just this year. Like I feel like the red zone stats were up the past 2 years though, right? With Helm and Sanders. I feel like this is just a little bit of a letdown, which is kind of weird because injuries was pretty decent from Cal, was he not?
Yeah. He, you know, when you talk about red zone problems, when you go back and the red zone thing really flares its head, when is it? Against Georgia, against Washington. It's in those pressure situations when you're not able to convert. I mean, there's been games where Texas is 70% in the red zone, and there's not really a question about it. It's always in those games.
It's in critical moments, right?
Right.
Well, you would think that every trip to the red zone is a critical moment, but I mean, depending on how many times a team gets down there, you know, if you're I don't know, if your Sisters of the Weekend unscrupulous and you're only, you know, putting up like 10 points a game, whenever you get into the red zone, you really gotta connect, right? Like you really got to be efficient down there because you don't get down there that many times.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. And red zone is tough. I mean, but this is where you and I can probably go on.
That too, because you lose the field, right? You lose a lot of your play calling, or you lose a lot of your playbook because the field reduces and the field shrinks, right? And I've always said, you know, hey, whenever we've gotten like a penalty on, you know, 1st and 5, I've always looked at the receivers and be like, well, now you guys got more room to operate. All right. Now let's cook. Let's get after it. Let's get.
And this is where I go to at Wags, because the last couple of weeks, like what I did do on Friday night. There was nothing else going on. Oh well, yeah. Eventually, I mean, it's Friday night, dude. That's my Friday night entertainment these days, for crying out loud. But so I'm sitting alone in a hotel in Temple, Texas. I'm like, so what am I going to watch? You know, there's not really anything that I want to jump on. So
Friday night, or we're writing a country song right now. Friday night on a hotel in a
holiday
room in Texas, Temple, Texas, all
off
alone.
35 semis going by.
Jesus,
anyway, so and I see this in high school too, to where teams get in the red zone. I'm sorry, and they stay in the spread. And this is where I go back to get your ass under center, turn around, hand that ball off, tighten that line up, fix some red zone problems. Yeah, Temple, Texas.
Where are we at? Mike Gundy, where are we at in society? All right. We're going to talk some Texas basketball too. We had Texas basketball over the weekend. I was able to catch a little bit of that. Hopefully you guys have reconciled and were able to find some type of way to view on ESPN and
Julio
this week on that. Don't cave. You're buying into Disney. You're buying into ESPN when you do that. Get the rabbit ears or go with Sling. That's where that's your PSA announcement. But real quick, we got to tell you about our friend Ryan Hurricane Hecht, new lawyer in town. And when that storm hits, you got to give him a call. It's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, wearing that burnt orange, fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire of pride into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident or got a dog bite, have any type of personal injury, just give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. He's aggressive in the courtroom, and he's compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Again, that lottery number, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan@HechtLawFirm.com. Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
I still have the YouTube TV at this point. I haven't canceled it quite yet.
Don't cancel it. They're gonna. I mean, it's not on.
I'm gonna keep it.
ESPN that's making the demands, right? Like you still get all your other channels on Fox and everything like that. It's just ESPN that is not, renewed their contract or viewership contract and agreements with YouTube TV.
All the ESPN and Hannah Rucker is what I'm not getting. But I yesterday, so I got online and I built me a DirecTV streaming package. Built it and I'm
you're going DirecTV.
Well, my finger started shaking and I hit cancel. I didn't do it. Wags. I'm holding out, my man.
Good for you. Having impulse, control.
I'm being strong. And if you want,
go with DirecTV though? Like, we've given you all types of other options to pivot to.
I don't know. I cut the cord to avoid this bullshit, and so I was like, you know what?
If you do it now, you're giving them their win. Fight.
Yeah, I'm being tough. That's why I didn't do it. I'm not going to Dish. I'm not getting a Rectum. I'm staying with YouTube TV. I am. I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with everything.
I don't have any quarrels with it except for what's going on now, except for their disputes that are going on with ESPN. And I can't put that on YouTube TV.
And here's the other part.
He still wants to give us our quality service at an affordable rate. It's ESPN that's bumping up the charges that is going to force the rate to go up. Or Disney. That's what this all comes. And when this thing happens, because it will, inevitably it will. The prices will rise for YouTube because they want to keep their streaming service going, right?
Sure.
Our packages are going to go up. It's not on YouTube. It's on ESPN.
Yeah.
Let's remember that.
Well, and here's the other thing that I finally decided. It's like, look, if I'm going to change yet again, in 6 months, whoever I change to is going to have the same problem. Maybe with Paramount or CBS or NBC or whoever. Right. It's the same shit.
Whenever you had Spectrum or whatever, you were going through the same shit. So
I came here to avoid what we're going through now. It's going to work itself out. I have other options. I mean, like I told you, we've got the streaming bundle thing where we pay too much for everything. That's the one thing where I'm sitting down once this is all done and I'm going to figure out what am I paying for all this shit, because it's a lot more than I probably need to. But I mean, if you don't want to pay more for what you deserve, you need to go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave, because they will hook you up at covertbeecave.com, whether it's a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. One place to go. It's Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats the Covert deal. Not now, not ever. My man, Mike McCall, checking in on the Coda text line 222-9328, where you can do that as well if you're on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Talking about DirecTV, it's not bad at all. I mean, DirecTV is not anything. I mean, I was a DirecTV customer for a long time. I've had them all. I've had them all. I had Time Warner. I've done the rabbit ears. Like I've said, we used to do the antenna where you had to turn the damn thing outside when the weather got all crazy. It was windy yesterday. We'd have had to been out there turning that antenna around, looking like you were playing with yourself, which is what you would have had to do with that antenna yesterday. But yes, I've had them all. DirecTV was great, but it was like, I'm going to cut the cord and go this other direction. And anyway, so yes, speaking of Mike McCall, if you're looking for that renovation project, you want to do something inside of your property, you've got an older home like I do, and you want to not retrofit, you want to new fit that house, man, I highly recommend you make this phone call or this text, 512-633-9580. Get that free estimate on the project that you're looking for, whether it's inside, it's outside. A little bit cooler today, but eventually this weather's going to level out and you're going to want to be outside. There's barbecues over the weekend. There's barbecues during the week. There's stuff that you want to do outside, and a renovated patio, a new patio space. Well, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can take care of that for you. They've been doing it for 4 decades. A father-son team right here in the Austin, Texas area. check out the gallery of projects, check out the reviews, check out all the satisfied customers at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They will make that idea a reality. And like I talk about, you have your thought in mind. They're going to come in and say, well, how about this? Or what about this? We can save you some money if we do this. And if you don't want to do that, that's fine. They will totally do whatever you want to do. But those years and years of experience and all the different projects that they have done, they're going to tell you something that, I mean, it might might captivate your idea and make it even cooler. Check them out today. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And also, Wags got to talk about our great friends at AV Consult.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely. Good stuff right there. AV Consultations. Conversation on the Coda text line. Will there be a watch party for Texas, Georgia? Details coming. I actually haven't talked to BK about that. I'm sure something is in the works. There wasn't one for the last game, but there actually was, but then something fell apart with the venue. So we'll definitely keep you updated on all of that as we get closer to Texas, Georgia. Oh, I'll tell you, that streaming conversation, that YouTube TV will get that chat line going, man. I'll tell you.
It's money. Like we're paying money. You know what I mean? Like anytime that finances are involved, it's gonna, people are gonna look for the best rate or the best fine too. Like, because not only the rate, right? It's the quality of service that you're getting too, right? Like that's and honestly, like I can't see why anybody would go back to DirecTV or back to cable at this point anymore. I don't know. I like, for me, I think I've kind of made my peace with, being not hooked up or hooked in.
Yeah. Well, and that's where I would have thought that this thing would have come to a head at some point. Would have come to a pass.
Don't view as much. It sounds like I don't view as much TV as you do. Also, right? Like I watch sports.
Sports is really it for me. But that's kind of like where I go back to with us, because like Tracy will use Netflix. It's very rare that I do Netflix. Like when the cowboy documentary came out, I had to get in there and try to navigate Netflix. I don't know how to use it. Like if there's
you pay for every app, right? Like every app. So you basically have every channel that would be in a cable or DirecTV catalog.
And I'm probably, and that's why I want to put pen to paper to see where I'm at, because I'm probably paying what I paid for DirecTV or Rectum or whatever at this point, because it's ESPN. It's the bundle, which that's cheaper. I did find out. But like Netflix, Prime, I mean, all of that. And that's the other thing that I was looking at yesterday when I was looking at that DirecTV thing, because there was like a package where you could get the ESPN, Julio, and Disney bundle. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, I already have that. How do you get it there? So I don't know.
Third party agreement.
Yeah. That's where, yes, the cutting the cord thing it is. I mean, it made us all look kind of silly. If you're like me, where you go in there and you have all the, and that's not even Wags with all the different racing streamers that I have, because there's so many different ones for that. A lot of them are comp for me for work, but that is the other point. All of this is for work for me. So some of this gets written off, but still yes. Hopefully it gets resolved, because quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it.
So I bit the bullet. Like I paid for the orange package for a month on Sling, just until, this, maybe there's some resolution or there's some resolve to this thing, a solution. But yeah, it sucks for all of us. Thankfully, things are. It feels like conversation, or I hear conversations are being had to kind of work out the kinks here. But find a way to pivot until then. Rabbit ears seem to be the way, guys. Rabbit ears seem to be the way.
Yeah,
It's a one-time buy, one-time purchase, and you just got to mount those bad boys up to your TV.
Yeah.
Hey, did you watch any Longhorn hoops?
I didn't. I watched some highlights. Some rebounding fools, man.
Vacatitis. I was just
right?
we have size again that we had with the Sioux there, and we have tenacity there. Like it felt like last season we might have had a little bit of size, but there just was not any tenacity or meanness. Okay. And again, I know it was UL Lafayette. I understand that.
But you had control against Duke too at one point. So
yeah, for a half, right? I understand it's Lafayette, but still it's a 40-point win, right? Like
right.
Yeah, almost 40-point win. It's good to see a half-court offense be able to flow like this. It's also good to see, aggressive defense as well. Everything that Sean Miller that we were, expecting from Sean Miller. Again, I know it's been a very short range. I get it. It's a small window of viewership. I understand that. Yep. But I have liked, and we lost again. We lost to Duke. I understand that we lost to Duke, right? We still played fantastic. We played well. I like what I'm seeing so far in this short campaign from the Longhorns basketball squad.
Yeah. It seems more. I mean, there's more movement. There's more flow. I mean, and that's the one thing where that's what I hoped was going to happen. Like we talked about a couple of weeks ago, to where with what Sean Miller was bringing in, you would hope that style was going to continue. And I mean, seriously, I have no problem with Jordan Pope in the starting five.
Pope can get his own shot. I like Pope.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think Pope's a fantastic point guard, man, especially when he plays downhill and he attacks, right?
Yep.
But as soon as what I think what Miller is looking for out of his point guard, out of the one, is as soon as you come over that half court line, start attacking. Get into the offense, right?
Yeah.
Don't sit around and wait and get lethargic with it and work on ISO ball. As soon as you cross that line, start getting downhill immediately, right? Start getting to the basket, getting to the goal, and that's what we've been doing. We've been playing very aggressive half court basketball in the first two games, first two games.
Yeah, even back to I know the Chris Beard regime was one that was going to take us into the next 20 years, but still that was very kind of the same thing, where it's just very slow and here we go. And if for Kendall Weaver, I prefer that dude off the bench. I mean, I think that he's going to be better coming off the bench. And
he gives you that spark, right? He gives you the resurgence, right? When after like the hype, or after like the energy of the starting of the tip off have kind of gone to a lull, like a natural lull, right?
Yeah.
You insert Weaver, and Weaver's that second wave of like energy, right? I agree 100%. Like I think Weaver is better, and going up against the opposition too. Like I think Weaver can be able to get in his bag and start to excel. So
yeah, and then like you mentioned, you consider the opponent. I mean Lafayette, but I mean 20 fast break
40 point. It's a 40-point. Different.
Yeah.
Right?
And you score 20 fast break points. I ain't got no problem with that, dude. Compared to what we've been watching.
All right. Well, what do fast break points compute to you? Like, what does that mean?
Quickly down the court, like you're talking about.
But what has to happen to get those fast break points?
What do you mean?
In order to get those fast break points, what do you do before to get those fast break points?
Oh, you rebound the ball.
Rebound the ball or play fantastic defense is kind of what I was alluding to.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like the pressure is up,
the
aggression is up, right? And it's leading to fast break points and good transition basketball.
And the other part, Wags, you're getting a lot of turnovers. Again, consider the opponent, but I mean points off of turnovers, and that all ties into fast break points, getting back down, playing aggressive up and down the court. And that's I love this brand. He's bringing what he promised so far. So yeah, man, I'll take it. I will take it. And look, seriously, look at the Duke game. We can talk about the quality of the opponent, but that first half was pretty freaking impressive, my man. Pretty impressive. Yeah, man.
Longhorns back in action on Wednesday night. We will break down the games as we continue to progress throughout the week. All right, we have Monday Night Football tonight, my dude. You want to talk about any NFL before we get into it, or do you just want to wrap up the NFL tomorrow after Monday?
Yeah, let's do that. We can kind of talk about the NFC Championship preview tonight. And
is that what you think?
No,
you're still locked in on the Packers, huh?
No, I'm not. I'm just being an ass. I'm not locked in on the Packers at this point. I wish I wasn't locked in on the Eagles, but man, I hope it snows. What's the forecast over there?
Yeah, I know the Eagles look like they're able to get and they look very vulnerable, but still they can soar and fly. Eagles fly at any time. It just feels like they're a team that can just turn this damn thing on. What'd you say? What'd you ask me? I missed that, buddy.
They just win when they need to win, man. That's what's so damn frustrating about Philadelphia. It's like when you want to count them out, when you want to talk about receivers being pissed off, or you want to talk about locker room discontent and all these different things, then they just start winning. I mean, they're still they and I guess Detroit, the benchmark of the NFC, but we can get into that tomorrow. But this ought to be a good one tonight.
Detroit's pretty nasty, doubling up the Commanders 44-22 yesterday too. There was another Seattle
swag.
Seattle looks real, dude, right? Like I know Seattle kind of let the door kind of open back up, and kind of let Arizona get back into that thing. But Seattle looks fantastic. I would sit there and. If I'm putting the Packers in the conversation for NFC contention, I got to have Seattle in there as well, right? Or even and Detroit's not going away, Double R. They're not.
No. The Seattle is plus 103 in point differential, and that's like holy shit.
Well, what's takeaways? Where are they at on takeaways?
I don't have that. I don't have that in front of me. They're number 3 in scoring offense, and number 5 in scoring defense is Seattle. That is a solid. That's a scary team. Wag.
I didn't see this last night. Dicker hit from 59.
Damn! Wow.
Is that what is the damn league record right now?
It just got broken. It just got
broken,
right?
Like last week, did it not?
68 yards. I think it was a 68-yard field goal. I can't remember who the hell that was, because then when Dallas played on Monday night, the MVP of the Cowboys had a chance to break that record, and he missed.
Cowboys.
It was going to be, and again, I am not beating up. I'm not beating up on Dallas this week, but that dude is the MVP of the Dallas Cowboys.
They had one week where they didn't play good offense. 1 week, and you've already thrown Dak, huh?
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, dude, it's very weird for me when I'm watching football and the Cowboys are playing, and they're still like in enemy territory, and they're like, okay, the kicker can make it from here. I'm like, okay, that's the MVP right there.
68-yard.
Cam Little
out of here.
68 yards. Broke the record of the guy with the club foot, and that was back in the day. I mean,
that record was that record already not broke?
I think it
tied.
I think it was Tom Dempsey's record. I think that one was. But yeah, dude, that's where even this is getting some shade, where it's like, well, because they get to pick their own balls to kick.
5. Is there? Do we have some healings? I mean, somebody also brought this up this year. There might be.
We talked about it. Remember, I was telling you where, like, with race car tires,
some shit like that.
Yeah, race car tires, you put nitrogen in them, and they work tremendously. So I don't know. There's always something. But yeah, brand new record. Yeah, and then the MVP could have broke it the next week and missed it, or the next day and missed it. Dallas missed.
Yeah, it's not like the legs are getting stronger, right? People's legs aren't just, all of a sudden just getting stronger. You know what I mean? And their ability to kick, for 20 extra yards. So you guys might be onto something here.
The indoor stadiums probably help. I'm sure that's part of it.
I would think being in Denver, altitude, right, and then having the wind aid you, right? A headwind, sure, right? That counterpoint headwind, but if you have a tailwind, that tailwind's going to aid the ball.
Okay. Oh, so Tucker had broken that record.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah,
Tucker broke the club foot guy.
Where's old Justin Tucker? That sucks.
Where do you want to go next, partner?
Other thing I want to mention about Seattle. So next week, Seattle at the Rams. Ooh, that's going to be fun.
that's game of the week, right? That has to be. Rams playing fantastic. Matt Stafford. We talk about, MVP. Like, how's Matt Stafford not in the conversation for this?
He never gets talked about, does he? I heard a little bit yesterday to where it's like he's having an MVP year, and then boom, they go start talk about Sam Darnold or somebody else. It's like, man, that guy.
Just another week, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. What do you have? I know he had 3. No, he almost had 300. Almost 280, but still. The Rams are a scoring machine, dude.
They are, man.
Top 4, right? Like this isn't no surprise, right? Top 4, like Philadelphia, Rams, Eagles, Detroit, and who's the other team we just talked about?
Seattle.
They got to be the top 4. Seattle, Green Bay. I can't even have Green Bay in the conversation yet. I just don't think Green Bay can compete with the Seahawks or even with the Lions, man. You want to talk about I still think the North belongs to Detroit. Like, I know Green Bay might have made some acquisitions to get Micah over there, but and they were in the playoffs last year. Don't get me wrong. They're a formidable team. I just think the top 4 right now are Seattle, the Rams, Philly, and Detroit.
Well, and you think about the teams with 8 wins, just like we called them: Denver, New England, and Indianapolis.
Are you convinced with Denver though?
No,
Denver's been winning. But like
they got to play Kansas City twice. Still, that's where I go back to.
It feels like, and Bo Nix exactly hadn't been playing the best ball, right?
Right. He's doing enough. Enough.
And enough. I don't know if enough will be enough when it comes to Kansas City.
You got Chris Jones chasing your ass. Enough isn't going to be enough. And again, we'll get into it more tomorrow. But what happened to Buffalo?
For me, they got to outscore Kansas City because it feels like Kansas City's starting to come back on with their offense, right?
Yeah.
It feels like they're starting to find that rhythm again.
Yeah. You know what? Kansas City, Buffalo beats. What happened to Kansas City yesterday? Or Buffalo yesterday? What the hell was that?
Sometimes weird things happen in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes, the A-Chain going off and A-Chan, whatever you want. I've always said A-Chain. His ability to just be able to take it from hell, even 99 yards and turn that thing into pay dirt, man. That dude's just got top end speed, and that's just it. Like my 2 years ago, we were talking about all the speed that Miami had, right? And where's it gone? Like, sure, prone to injury a little bit. They're banged up. They're banged up, but ultimately, like, this is still a team that's geared around the top end speed here, and you saw that on display on Sunday.
I think that's what's so frustrating about watching them is it's like, man, how are you that bad? And I guess that's where all the focus goes to the head coach.
I think that's why he's getting the shit, right? Like look at this roster. You have talent on here. What is going on? Where's the disconnect?
Yeah, how can you not at least be at some part of that potential? And I do want to mention this before we go over to the NFL because I have a feeling this may happen today. Your man Brian Daboll, that dude needs to be fired. He is this young quarterback. It was like yesterday that dude was playing with a possible concussion, didn't take him out of the game. I mean, letting this dude run. I mean, you've got to control this quarterback a little bit better,
man. He's trying to save his career.
That's the shitty part. Right?
No, I'm with you, man. It's selfish. Yeah. 100% selfish.
Yeah. It's like you can have the criticism on this guy, but he is literally coaching for his life right now because, I mean, I'm saying he needs to be fired. And a lot of other people more in the
I've been screaming it from the mountaintops.
Yeah.
Joe Schoen needs to go too. Joe Schoen and Daboll need to be out the door.
Yeah. And apparently I saw over the weekend to where he was like, they wanted to fire him. When did they have that crazy collapse where was that 3 weeks ago? Who was that, against Philadelphia when just an epic collapse at the end of the game and you end up losing?
I don't think it was Philly.
I don't remember who that was. But they wanted to run that dude out of town like on Monday, and for whatever reason, they held on to him. And again, I mean, maybe they're not fans of and I'm not the biggest fan of the middle of the year coaching changes, but shit, you've got a young guy there that, I mean, if that's your future franchise quarterback, you got to protect that guy, man.
Troy, I kind of disagree here, man. Like, he's the head coach, right? Like, he has say if Daboll goes or if Dart goes back in the game. So, I mean, I get it, like, and ultimately, like, he's gonna do what he's with the information he's given, he's going to go with, right? I understand where you're coming from, but ultimately, like I feel like we all knew, right? And when you're the head coach, man, like we say this all the time, right? Like there's nothing that goes in your locker room without you knowing, right? Like you're in charge of all of it. Like you wear it all. So I understand what you're saying, amigo. It's just for me, like if you're the head coach, you got the final decision in this thing. So and ultimately,
and here's the other part, Wags, because yesterday I was sitting there watching the Colts in Atlanta, and I'm like, okay, Colts are about to crash back down to earth, and here's Daniel Jones. The success of Daniel Jones, this is going to somehow fall back onto Dayball. It's like where you had this dude, he leaves, and again, this is franchise, this is situation, this is organizational, this is all of that shit that we talk about all the time. But he goes off, and I don't think that he's the MVP, but he's pretty damn close. He's in the running, doing what he's doing. That's going to fall back on, man, Dayball had that guy. What happened? And he was good one time.
You mean offensive rookie of the year? Right? Yeah, not MVP, right? Like MVP's Matt Stafford. Okay. Like,
well, no, but when you look at MVP, you throw Danny Dimes in that guy. I mean, he's
yeah. Wait, we're talking about Jackson Dart, not Danny Dimes.
No, I'm talking about Danny Dimes. To where it's
I'm sorry. I confused your.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought you were still talking about Jackson Dart.
I'm all over the place, dude. I just want to turn the heat on in here. But it's like, so Daniel Jones goes off and doing what he's doing. It's like that's somehow going to fall back on Dayball. You had that guy.
I think that falls more on Giants organization, like
well,
more than just Dayball. So,
how about those running backs yesterday? We can talk about that tomorrow too. We'll save that for NFL conversation.
Boy, Jonathan Taylor's really good at football, isn't he?
I'll tell you that.
Really good at football.
That Miss Ursay lady, she has done one hell of a job with this team, Jerry Jones.
And you know what? You know who might be the biggest idiot in fantasy football?
Me.
Your boy right here.
Oh, what'd you do?
Because I had a dynasty, and I talk about this all the time. I needed a wide receiver a couple of years ago, right? I needed one so bad, and I had Bijan Robinson already. So I passed on Gibbs. And I took
that dude got off yesterday.
And I took Quentin Johnson.
Oh man.
And whenever you start Quentin Johnson, he does not produce. And whenever you reluctantly leave him on the bench, he puts up 30 points. It's the ultimate kick in the dick. And it's to the point now where I've just kind of made my peace with putting him on the trade block there, and let's hear some offers, because it is frustrating trying to put this guy in your lineup, especially when you got other people that can produce about 15 points per week. You know what I mean? But you're taking that risk, you're taking that bite on the ceiling for Quentin Johnson.
I got to tell you, Wags, I say that I'm not good at fantasy football. I just get lucky every now and then. And dude, I was in a hole because I'm telling you, 5 of my dudes were hurt by week 3, and I'm like, well, shit, I'm done.
The thing about fantasy, man, you take the information that's available to you, and you go with that.
You go with it.
That's the information that's available to you, and you go with it. So
I wound up with Sam Darnold for Joe Burrow. And then when all the running backs started going down, I went with Rico Dowdle. I was going to keep him for a week, and now that dude is just producing. I got Vidal Sassoon, or what's that dude's name, for the Chargers? And it's like that dude is producing for me, and it's like, shit. I'm like on a 5-game hitter right now.
L'Oreal Vidal
Sassoon, and my league is like, dude, how'd you do that? I'm like,
once again, shout out to the Marine Corps. Happy birthday, Marines. Happy birthday. And Veterans Day tomorrow as well. They say keep drinking for 48 hours to avoid the hangover, but let's do it safe and responsibly.
Hey, Wags, how's the pool, dude? I love the pictures of the pool. I saw it like water running in there. And have you taken a dip yet?
Pool's cold. Pool's 57 degrees right now. So
damn, that's cold plunge.
A little bit of cold plunge, yeah. Cold plunge time. But pool's good. You know who else is good? You got on the screen right there, Nick Harris. How are you doing, sir? How was your week?
Doing, fellas? Doing fantastic. I'm holding it down for Jordan for a little bit. Apparently, he's getting some scoop right now. So,
he's getting some what?
He's getting some scoop right now. Apparently, yeah.
Oh, nice. Some bum scoop.
Some what?
Bum scoop.
I can't say I know what that is.
We had this dude in my platoon. We called him Bum Scoop Bobby, right? His name was Bobby, but he'd just always be giving us like the wrong information, just like bad, just like, dude, that didn't happen. That's not happening. I thought you said we had formation at 3. That's not happening. Bum scoop Bobby. So that's, hey man, this is what's up. This is coming down from the line. Bullshit. Ain't nothing happening.
Exactly. He's like, guys, Texas is going to run a flea flicker first play of the game, and it's just like power left.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, there it is. So Nick,
man, good for you.
Can't complain. It was a pretty solid weekend. Finally a bye week, and so got to recharge a little bit. And we're off today too because Cowboys play on Monday night next week, so it's kind of like a day shifted forward. So not back in until tomorrow. It's kind of nice.
So how's
Rodney's already throwing Dak under the bus and everything, taking him off his MVP season here.
I said the kicker was the MVP. I mean, you gotta, and again, Nick, I am not, just from everything that's gone on, I am not going to talk bad about my team this week. Just moving forward, a Monday night game, get out there, win, and take care of business.
I'll say this about the football aspect of things. When the first team offense finishes the pre-bye stretch with 13.5 points per game in the final 2 games, I think it's more than justified for Dak to be out of the MVP conversation right now, especially this team's 3-5-1. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah. Well, imagine, I guess my thing is, imagine this team without Dak.
Yeah, it's bad. It's even worse. Somehow.
It's terrible.
It's somehow worse.
Absolutely. Hey, Nick, so how's the vibe up there, man? Time to get some high school playoffs going. I know there's folks fired up here. I can only imagine up there.
Excited for that. It's going to be an interesting couple of weeks. So my high school, we've had a really good year, the one I graduated from, Rockwell Heath, and we get rewarded with Duncanville in the second round. So can't wait.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
The second round is usually the toughest, though, right? Like, if you can get past regions,
it's just like, damn, like finally, like went 7-3, like solid season, a lot of things to build on. And it's like, Duncanville second round.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday, Steven.
So down here, Nick, we get round 1 in the bi-district week. You get Vandegrift and Westlake.
Ooh, and Westlake, Dripping Springs. How about Dripping Springs putting the pounding on Westlake on Friday night?
Put it on them pretty good.
And, that's fascinating. Westlake
I
down.
might actually go to that. Who'd ever thought you'd be getting Vandy versus Westlake? And usually that's like a week 2. Right?
Yeah.
Westlake and Vandy. Now you're getting Vandy and Westlake in week 1.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Very fascinating.
And those dudes are D2. That's D2 right there. Lake Travis and Round Rock. I mean, Lake Travis has quietly gone undefeated. So
with the way D1 is shaped up, it is anyone's bracket this year.
Agree.
And including Lake Travis. Me and Jordan have talked about it. Lake Travis, I think, is very quietly not getting talked about enough as far as the
it's been very quiet, hadn't it? It was like it got talked about right around Battle of the Lakes, but it's like, go back and look at what they've done. It's like these guys are really good.
Yeah.
Who's their quarterback this year?
Forgetting his name. Last name's McBride. I think Luke. He's a senior, lefty, first-year starter. He's had to wait his turn because they had a 2-year starter that was a junior and senior the last 2 years, who's now at Eastern Carolina. His name's Chasten Ditta. So, but McBride's good, and it's funny. The McBride family has like 7 sons, and I know them all because I was
7.
Not 7. They have like at least 4 or 5.
Oh, okay. Well, they got a lot. They got a lot. Gotcha.
Mr. Exaggerator over here.
They're on the same bus route as me, so like I've seen this kid since he was tiny. Because
they have buses in Lake Travis. Y'all don't like ride home on your Audis,
bro.
You get picked up by
you're acting like Rockwell.
I just had to get that in there. Were they charter buses? Did you have like the TVs on the back of the screen?
I gotta go a mile. Charter bus is gonna take me.
No, at least we'll make it out of the first round though. I'm like Heath, so.
Hey, we're making it out of the first round. We're just not making it out of the second round.
Man, are y'all talking high school shit?
Whatever. Okay, but
I brought it up.
With Lake Travis though, I just pulled up the bracket because forgot who they'd have to go through. They have Round Rock, round 1, round 2. They meet the winner of Reagan or Brandon out of San Antonio. Round 3, they're either going to play a Converse Judson team that's like 3-7 or 4-6, or they're playing a Valley team. So they're going to make it to the third round and win the third round. They'll make it to the fourth round. Fourth round will probably be versus Cibolo Steel, San Antonio Johnson, or Hutto. And then the fifth round is going to be North Shore or Atascocita, probably. So, or Fort Penn Ridge Point. Fort Penn Ridge Point could beat North Shore in the second round.
Wow. You know what is crazy over here? Speaking of Vandergrift.
Hey, gents, I'm sorry to interrupt. I got to get out of here real quick. I just want to say one more shout out. Antoine, happy birthday, brother.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, my man. Last thing for me. So McNeil knocks off Vandergrift during the season and misses the playoffs.
Ooh, that's crazy. Rockwall beat North Crowley and missed the playoffs, which is wild.
Wow.
Hey, you know who didn't lose to Rockwall in Rockwall? The Lake Travis Cavaliers. The 10-0 Lake Travis Cavaliers.
There it is.
And by the way, your boy, 6 siblings, youngest of them all, rode the bus because they don't have extended care in middle school or high school like they do in elementary. So
interesting.
Yeah, my parents are working. I was riding the bus a lot in middle school and high school.
Right. Hey, man.
You got it out the mud, man. You got it out the mud.
Out the mud. Oh, yeah.
You guys talking about your schools, all I have to say is Lockhart High forever.
Let's go, baby. Go Lions.
Firm together,
right?
stand.
Lions? It's Lions, right?
Lockhart Lions. Well, yeah. Cubs. Well, we'll say Cubs.
Cubs.
We'll say
Okay.
Cubs.
They've been playing like some Cubs.
Kitties. We'll call it at this point. Yeah. Maybe something else. Kitty starts with a P, maybe. But anyway. All right, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
See you, Rodney.
See ya. Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. Want to start with the Dallas Cowboys. I know they had a bye week. You enjoyed your bye week, it sounds like. But a big one next week in Vegas, a week from today. Taking the Vegas Raiders on in Monday Night Football. What do you kind of expect this week to look like? Obviously, last week, there was the super sad story, Marshawn Nealon taking his own life, and I don't think they've been back in the building since, or at least media hasn't. So, coming off the bye, they are 3-5-1 right now. Just lost one of their players in a super tragic and unfortunate way. How do you kind of see this week being and the game going into Vegas on Monday?
Yeah, it's going to be a weird week, no doubt. But there's so many storylines going into this ball game. Like not only the tragedy of last week, but Dak is knocking on the door of the franchise passing record. He'll probably get that in the next 2 games. DeMarvion Overshown's returning on Monday night. Savone Revel, their rookie 3rd-round corner, he should be making his debut. Just a lot of storylines going into this week's ball game. So, I'm looking forward to the week, but also it's going to be really strange, no doubt, because this Marshawn Nealon story is weighing heavy everywhere in the building, and they're back in the facility today. We won't have media availability until tomorrow, but overall, it's going to be an interesting week.
I assume they're still figuring this out, or at least I assumed that if they have figured this out, there would have been a press release or something by now. Do you have an idea of kind of how they might honor Marshawn Nealon with like a jersey patch or something? Because, I mean, he's no longer with us. It's not like something you can really just slap a sticker on the helmet and call it a day. Like they need to do something right by this, I think. And I heavily expect them to. I mean, say what you want about Jerry. I think he makes it hard to pull for the Cowboys for a lot of people. But on the PR front, those things, he's always going to hit it on the head for the most part. And I expect them to do a really good job of honoring Marshawn Nealon in some way.
Yeah, I haven't heard of anything, but I'd be curious to see what it's about. DJ Dog, also Quentin Williams, Logan Wilson making their team debuts next Monday night. That'll be big. I wonder if they they come out for their first defensive snap with 10 players on the field, or there could be something like that, but I'm honestly not sure.
I gotcha. Like I said, they're 3-5-1 right now. With the offseason ending with the Micah Parsons trade, and I mean, the season kind of going as it's gone. Didn't have Overshown, still don't have Overshown. We'll get him back this week. Some other injuries, some other things have happened. Like, what record do you think after 17 games would classify the season as a disappointment? And what record after 17 games do you think would classify the season as a success? Because, if you're above 500 but miss the playoffs, I don't know if that's possible with the way things are set up this year, but like for first year under Schottenheimer, if it's under 500, it has to be success. There's obviously a long way to that, but what do you think would classify as successful and, failure of a season?
Yeah, I think it would be that 500 mark. I think it would be, since they have the one tie, they would have to finish above 8-8, so 9-7-1. Even if they do barely miss the playoffs, I feel like, in the large scheme of things, granted, given how this season started, given how this defense has been as bad as it has been, if they're able to get to 9-7 and finish the year 6-2, like that would be, I feel like that'd be a success. There's a lot of things to build on off of that. I think one of the negatives that you would find off of that is that you probably end up keeping Matt Eberflus along the way if you finish 6-2 with all the new pieces he's about to get. But also, this is going to be a really crucial 8 weeks for Matt Eberflus, because not only is he getting DeMarvion Overshown and Savone Revel back, but he's getting Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson into his defense. He's got to figure it out. And if he doesn't, that's his job. So that's probably going to be the biggest thing to watch over the course of the next 8 weeks. They're 2.5 games out of a playoff spot right now. It's going to take a lot of things happening above them. It's going to take them going on a pretty big winning streak against some really tough teams in these last 8 weeks. I do feel like they got a lot better over the course of the last week with adding DeMarvion Overshown, adding Savone Revel, Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson. How much better are they? I don't know if they are 7-1 better over the course of the next 8 weeks. I think they could go 6-2 or 5-3. I think that's possible. They play the Raiders, should be a win. Although, so are the Bears and Panthers. Those should have been wins. But if we're looking at
Cardinals.
It from an optimist view, and the Cardinals. If we're looking at it from an optimist's view, Raiders, and then you have Eagles, Chiefs, Lions. If you go 2-1, you're going to have to go 2-1 in that stretch. You can only drop one, and all 3 of those games are within 11 days. So that's going to be tough. And then you have Vikings on Sunday night. Vikings can't figure out if they have a quarterback or not. Then the Chargers, who have the worst offensive line in football history. And then Commanders are the Commanders. Giants are the Giants. So, it's possible to only lose 2 games the rest of the way. I think it is. But they've lost to teams that have been way worse than them over the course of the season. And they've dropped some inexcusable ones. So, I can't sit here and say, hey, they're going to go 6-2, but I think there is a path for them to go 6-2 if they play up to their billing.
Not bad. You brought up the potential of Matt Eberflus getting canned. Let's say that happens. I think that's something most Cowboys fans want at this point in the year. Who are some actual realistic names you think could make sense for that DC spot? Because Schottenheimer's never been in the position to hire a DC.
Yeah.
So are there any guys he coached with in the past that you think will at least be names on the hot board or whatnot?
Well, it depends on who's available. That's going to be the big thing. And this team, this organization has typically liked to go with coordinators on the opposite side of the ball as the head coach. So Schottenheimer is an offensive guy, Mike McCarthy is an offensive guy, Jason Garrett's an offensive guy. They typically like to go with the coordinator on the other side of the ball who's had head coaching experience. So does Aaron Glenn get canned by the Jets? I don't think so, but I think that would be an interesting one. He used to play for the Cowboys during his playing career. It would be the 4th coordinator in 4 years, which would be, man, talk about stunting the development of some of those guys. But based on how Schottenheimer hired his offensive staff, I wouldn't necessarily pin it to somebody he's coached with in the past, because a lot of these guys that he hired on his offensive staff, he never coached with. His offensive line coach came from Kansas State. His receivers coach came from Oregon. His offensive coordinator came from the Cardinals, never coached with him, just talked to him on the sideline a couple of times. So, I'm sure it would be kind of an out-of-the-box hire that Shotty has made on the offensive side a few times. It could really be anyone. But don't forget, your favorite 49ers defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen, is now the special teams coordinator for the Cowboys. So they have an option in case they want to dip on Eberflus midseason.
When you said 49ers defensive coordinator, I thought you were going to say they could
D'Amico Ryans.
Maybe Money Whip or Logo Whip Rob Saleh to have the same job at Dallas. But
even then, the 49ers would have to sign off on it.
Yeah. Could Patricia leave the Cowboys? Or leave the Buckeyes to come coach the Cowboys?
I hope not. That would be the day I quit.
You're not a fan of the pencil behind the ear?
He's just apparently an asshole to media, and I just don't feel like dealing with that.
Yeah. Don't blame you. All right, last thing I want to hit on the NFL. Saw a story this morning on ESPN from Seth Walder and NFL Nation. Thought it was pretty interesting. They are tiering the NFL's 32 teams into 9 different tiers. I'm going to say all 9 tiers, and you're going to try to guess which one the Cowboys are in. Tier 1, Super Bowl contenders. Tier 2, Super Bowl contenders if they make the playoffs. Tier 3, almost playoff locks. Tier 4, likely in the playoffs barring a collapse. Tier 5, we're leaning yes. Tier 6, on the fringe of hope and despair. Tier 7, stranger things have happened. Tier 8, I'm telling you there's a slight chance. And Tier 9, rest up for 2026.
I'd go 6.
They are in Tier 8. I'm telling you there's a slight chance.
Damn.
Yeah. For those curious, Tier 1 Super Bowl contenders, they have Eagles, Rams, Bills, Seahawks.
Seahawks look damn good, man.
They do. Tier 2 Super Bowl contenders, if they make the playoffs, Chiefs, Lions, Packers, Ravens. Tier 3, almost playoff locks, the Colts, Patriots, Broncos. Tier 4, likely in barring a collapse, the Buccaneers and the Chargers. Tier 5, we're leaning yes, my San Francisco 49ers. Tier 6, on the fringe of hope and despair, Pittsburgh, Chicago, and Jacksonville. Tier 7, stranger things have happened, Houston, Carolina, Minnesota. Tier 8, I'm telling you there's a chance, your Dallas Cowboys, Cincinnati, Atlanta, Washington, and the Cardinals. Tier 9, rest up for 2026, Miami Dolphins, New York Giants, New York Jets, Saints, Raiders, Browns, and Titans.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, I don't know. Thought it was a fun story. And yeah, hey, saying there's a chance. All right, want to get into some Texas recruiting. I saw we had some comments, so I'm going to hit on these first and then talk about what we had in the Stampede this morning. DJ Dog said Texas O-line coach Cal Flood was in Georgetown this weekend. Yes, Cal Flood was in Georgetown to see Caden Scherer. We have him ranked as an interior O-line prospect, about 6'5", under 300. Was a former kind of D lineman that grew into an offensive tackle. Honestly, probably should have been playing O-line about a year before he made the move. I think he didn't play O-line until his sophomore year or junior year. But committed to Stanford, chose Stanford over like TCU, I believe Utah, and a few other, Big 12, non-SEC, non-Big 10 programs. TCU made a big push in October, ended up posting he shut down his recruitment and staying locked in with Stanford, but we'll see, because I do think if Texas were to offer, they could pull off a flip pretty quickly. Texas had him on campus for the September 20th Sam Houston game. They snuck him on campus. The only reason I found out is because I was on the field and I know what the kid looks like. Hit him up after. He did not want to answer questions about it, said, I'm committed to Stanford. I want to decline comment. Didn't really have much to say. So him and Texas have been in contact for several months. I believe he camped a year or two ago in the summer too. So they've known about him. Longer-term upside prospect. I mean, this is a guy that's going to need at least 2 years to redshirt build in the SAC program if he does end up at Texas. And, with what the numbers are, I personally don't think it would make a ton of sense to offer and go after him and take his commitment unless 1,000% you're not going to get Bryson Martinez, who's the LSU offensive tackle commit they're trying to flip, because Scherer would be kind of a tweener take, guard or tackle, more likely to pan out at guard than tackle, especially in the SEC. And again, this would, it's not the Connor Stroh, he's 400-something pounds. He has to rechange the way his whole body's built, but it is still, he's going to need 2 years to develop. And
Connor Stroh just caught a mean straight.
It's almost the inverse Connor Stroh. Like, he almost needs to add more weight. And, people forget, man, the closer you are to the line of scrimmage, the longer it's supposed to take you to play. I think if any line coach could have it their way, they'd have each guy wait 2 years, get 2 years in the SAC program and 2 years in the system before they play. So, yeah, that's kind of what I got on Caden Scherer. I reached out to him just to see if he'd say anything about Kyle Flood stopping by. No response. So, yeah, we're watching that one, potentially on offer watch. If they do offer, I would expect him to end up at Texas. And, I don't think they would extend an offer if they're not going to take him either. So, yeah, watching them. Hey, Jack Burton brings up Alito's looking elite again. You know what those in West Fort Worth are going to be upset about, though. Welcome to the big leagues, buddy. They're going to 6A now.
Yeah,
no more hiding. Huh?
That's their last chance.
It is their last chance. That for those who don't know, Alito has the longest district winning streak in high school football in the entire country. They have not lost a district game since like 06 or 07.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like, there are kids getting recruited by schools that haven't been alive when Alito has lost a district football game.
Yeah.
Which is nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have no idea what their outlook looks like in 5A D1, but I mean, they're going to have a shot at state like they do every year. Westlake buses have Zales Jewelers advertisements on the side. Hell yeah. Surprised I don't got it inside, like marketing on the inside. Carthage going for 11. Go Dogs. Hey, Coach Surratt got a good group of seniors. Quebec, the A&M linebacker commit. KJ Edwards, the A&M running back commit. They also have Carson Crawford, who is committed to Colorado, right?
You would know before I would. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Fakey's Texas native over here. Doesn't even know
fake
about
recruiting
the
reporter
program.
over here.
Well, Texas never offered him, so I get that out. But no, they have a linebacker, I believe, committed to Colorado, unless he flipped from there. His name's Carson Crawford. He's really good. I actually think he's a kid who could play at Texas and is better than
tell you what,
kid they hosted from Florida State, Karen Maycock. I think Crawford's better.
Carthage has always had backers since I was a kid. Like, before they were really like winning state championships like they have always had backers, just physical, athletic ass guys in the second level.
Yeah, and I mean, man, like, growing up in that community, in that system, you dream of, wearing the red and white your entire life, and the what they're running in Pop Warner and Pee Wee and in flag football. It's all the Carthage system. All the middle schools are running the Carthage system. So by the time they get to high school, they know exactly what their role is, who they need to be, and where they need to be. And when you get kids like that, and then give them, potential NFL, college football, Power 4 athleticism like KJ Edwards and DeQuivis Beck, and you have several of them, like, it's over with.
Yeah.
No one at 4A can beat this team.
Yeah.
Like, they're the favorite once again. And I mean, hey, I think KJ Edwards, Quebec, if they've been on varsity for 4 years, it would have been 3 rings in 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So, be pretty nuts. Sark or did I miss one? Oh, here it is. Antoine said Legend Bay got a UT offer. Taven Epstein committed. Yeah, so Legend Bay, the high 3-star athlete at North Forney, has always been a quarterback at the high school level, but has always been viewed as a receiver at the college level. Excuse me. Currently committed to Tennessee. Ohio State recently hosted him for an OV. They're pushing really hard.
As a receiver?
Yes. Few predictions have gone in as of late for him to Ohio State. Texas offered on Friday. Steve Sarkisian and Chris Gilbert swung by the school, offered him in person. And they are pursuing him as kind of an offensive Swiss Army knife. They say, you're going to play receiver. We're going to line you up in the backfield. And, I mean, like, he's getting the Ryan Niblett comp. He's gone 10:23 in the 100. It was wind aided. His fastest non-wind aided time, I believe, was 10.73, but, still fast. He's got more wiggle and initial burst acceleration than Niblett. But, kind of similar where he's playing all over because the school he's at, he's their best athlete, just like Niblett. So, yeah. But Texas, they're battling Tennessee, Ohio State. It is a big offer for him, but he's only ever visited once, maybe twice, and it was like late sophomore year or at the very beginning of last season. So he's probably going to need to get to campus. The problem is his North Forney team is in the playoffs. They have Wiley East first round. That should be a win. And then round 2, they are going to meet up with Waxahachie, who knocked them out in round 2 last year. The problem is that round 2 game will likely be on a Saturday, which will be the same day Texas plays Arkansas. So if he can't get to Austin for the A&M Black Friday game, which is 5 days before signing day, it's Friday the 28th, signing day is December 3rd. If he can't make it in then or at some point in midweek, like, he's probably going to Tennessee or Ohio State. So Texas high school football playoffs throwing another wrench in the Texas Longhorns recruiting plans. But yeah, and for those that are interested, some people see some similarities with Jalen Lott. Oh, Texas wants both these guys a receiver. Some people think, hey, they're not taking Bay unless they know they can't get Lott. They would take both of them. Numbers have nothing to do with each other. So just want to make that clear. They're still recruiting both and would love to have both. It's not going to be one or the other. And as far as Jalen Lott goes, I think he sticks with Oregon. With what the number is there from Oregon, I do not see Texas matching or getting close to it. Yep. They don't need receivers. And as good as Jalen Lott is, at his position, he's not a gotta-have-it guy. You pay whatever it takes. That's what Texas was trying to do with Michael Susi. They offered the pay whatever it takes number to him, and he declined and still went to OU. They went and turned. Oh, what was their biggest need? D lineman. Who'd they get on signing day? Justice Terry. So Jalen Lott, again, he's great, and I think he's going to play in the NFL for several years. That's how much I like him, that I'm saying that about him as a 17, 18-year-old. But he's not the gotta-have-it prospect at a position of need for Texas for that to really be possible for them to put the number on the table. So those are my thoughts. And also, if he is going to flip, Jalen Lott does not have to visit again. Both his parents played sports at Texas, grew up going to Austin. There's nothing he will see on the Texas campus he hasn't seen already. So, yeah. And then Taven Epps decommitted. I don't know why people think that every time a kid decommits, he got dropped. Taven Epps is the number 5 linebacker in the country and a top 100 prospect. They did not drop him. Did he commit too early? Yes, and he went on record admitting he did. And since he committed in April, he took visits to a dozen schools, and they're all big time, top tier programs. SC, Alabama. He went to Oklahoma. He's been to Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oregon. They knew he was always going to take visits. He knew he was always going to take visits. And, I know he was telling other reporters, yeah, I'm going to take multiple official visits in the summer and decide on my Texas commitment after. And it's man, we're in November right now. Texas isn't going to want to play that shit for almost another calendar year. Yeah. It makes sense. They're going to continue recruiting him. I do think he's going to, keep Texas in the fold and will visit again. He might be in Tustin, California, in the Los Angeles area, but this kid is from Boyd, Texas, 45 minutes away from Fort Worth, and grew up there and didn't move to California until the 8th grade. His kind of recruiting coordinator, handler, whatever you want to call him, advisor, also was recruited by and signed to play and played for at USC under Johnny Nansen and Steve Sarkisian. That was the in Texas had to begin with, and the fact that he's from Texas. So they can hang around long term. I think they will. And with how bad the in-state linebacker class is outside of Cooper Witten, this is a very big deal that they lost him right now. And again, they're going to keep trying to recruit him, but if Cooper Witten isn't in your class, there's not going to be an in-state linebacker committed to Texas in 2027. They're going to have to go out of state. So again, losing Taven Epps is a big deal. Antoine said Sark and Chris Gilbert were out to see Jalen Lott. Even saw a pic of Sark in Oak Cliff. So that was Sark and Chris Jackson who were in Frisco to see Jalen Lott on Friday. Shout out to Nick. Sent me a photo from the press box. He was on the call. But Sark and Gilbert were in DFW Friday when they offered Legend Bay. And on Thursday, they were at the Waxahachie Mesquite game to see 2026 receiver commit Colin Brown and top 2027 safety target Jaquan Snell. And the following day, Gilbert did share a photo of him and Sark outside of an old barbershop in South Dallas. So getting Sark's street cred up, it looks like. Yeah. And also one thing I forgot to mention with Legend Bay, he's at North Forney. He was at Mesquite Horn his sophomore year, and he went to Frisco, Reedy, and Lone Star as a freshman. He's transferred multiple times. But he ended up at North Forney because half the Mesquite Horn staff left to join the North Forney staff. All those coaches at Mesquite Horn that are now North Forney either coach directly under or are really good friends with Chris Gilbert from when he was coaching in Dallas. So he has a ton of connections there, and these are all the same coaches there at Mesquite Horn that Gilbert had ties to, which is how Texas was ever remotely in contention for Lamont Rogers. That was not Kyle Flood. That was Chris Gilbert, who was Lamont Rogers' primary recruiter the entire time. So there are some relationships there, but again, like you're up against an Ohio State and Tennessee who very much want to keep him, and I think we'll do a lot of things to keep him. CB asking, where do you stay in Vegas?
So, point number one, I'm not a big Vegas guy. Not a big fan of Vegas. I kind of hate it, to be honest. It's for multiple reasons, but I don't really have like a go-to. I stay in this spot every single time, but this time around, I just wanted to stay close to the stadium so I could walk to the stadium. So I'm staying at the Pyramid Hotel, the Luxor, I think it is. It's the big ass pyramid one. So that's where I'm staying this time around.
You gonna go try to find you a like 2027 or 2026 Heisman slip somewhere?
I am not a sports bet, so no.
That's right. That's right. If you were, you'd be in there like, why isn't Harold Perkins?
Glad you brought it up. I will not be doing that.
Yeah. No. If so, you'd be in Vegas like, hey man, why isn't Harold Perkins on this card?
You might catch me at a Texas Hold'em table or two, though.
Yeah. Woodcrest said, Jordan and Nick, if Sark wins this game this weekend, can he please do that arrogant shit Kirby does, the belt to ass gesture and jumping on a table? I'll bet money Steve Sarkisian will not be doing it. I'll bet money he does not jump on a table and do the belt to ass gesture. Like,
I bet Arch could.
Yeah, but they might not put that on camera and put that out either. I don't know. Like they're Texas is very careful about its image. Same with Sark and
yeah.
Well, I do think it would be like, I'm not saying I would prefer Sark to act like Lane Kiffin and just troll and be very unserious in the media and stuff, but like I think there's a good medium, half and half. Instead of being full straight, buttoned up all the time. But hey, that's what the University of Texas is. It's kind of how they've always handled it. And the one time they did, they absolutely hated the coach, and it was Tom Herman. So I don't know. Even if Sark blows out Kirby on Saturday, like he's not doing that. Sorry, we're behind on some comments here. Yep, Jack Burton. That's a good point. Yeah, Legend Bay has some wild highlights. He's been going bonkers as a senior. And a lot of people have asked, like, why was Texas late to offer this kid that Tennessee wanted or, whatnot, or that Ohio State wants really bad? Why did they wait till November, the month before signing day, to offer him? And it's like, well, he's always been really good, but he's always been playing quarterback as a receiver prospect. And I mean, as a senior, like, he's gone nuclear. I don't want to say it looks like a different player because, again, he's always been talented, but he's having a tremendous senior year that's better than anything he's ever put on tape. And, I mean, he's gotten late offers. Ohio State offered him in May, but never pushed to actually get him on campus or really recruited him that hard until this year, his senior year. So, again, like the senior tape, the senior season is what has put Texas on his radar this late. Jordan, how behind are we in 2027 recruiting? Far behind. The good thing about this, they're behind every year. It usually doesn't feel this far behind, but the coaching carousel is going to be crazy. A lot of personnel, staffers, assistants, coordinators are going to be moving jobs. So there's going to be a lot of moving, changing around, and that'll change it. But also, like, it's also different this year because kids are now getting paid to stay committed, whether that's illegal or legal or illegal, depending on the state they're from, the state the school's in, a lot of moving parts. But like Texas it feels like they're refusing to play that game. And they're still like following rules to a T. Hey, you can't take an official visit yet. It's an unofficial. You have to find your way here and pay for the hotel. That is not the case in the SEC for every school. Like, there are kids getting picked up by drivers for unofficial visits. There are kids staying in hotels paid for by the school for unofficial visits. Like, that shit matters on top of the players getting paid early to commit and stay committed and getting monthly payments. Yeah. It's a lot harder to flip those guys. There's a reason Jamion Winfield has never come close to flipping to Texas since he committed to USC. There's a reason. So I'm not saying Texas, they got to get blood on their hands too and get dirty and, break some rules or bend them like everyone else is. But if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Everyone knows the saying. And everyone in 2027 is pulling some shit to some degree. And if you don't play the game, it's going to pass you up, and you're going to have a worse recruiting class than everyone else. So yeah. Malcolm Brown was not Alito. You're thinking of Jonathan Gray. Running back Malcolm Brown was Cibolo Steer Malcolm. I always say Malcolm that way. It's weird. And D lineman Malcolm Brown was Brenham. So yeah. Rodney Smith says, Jordan, it seems like every time you talk about a likely line commit, you say can't play tackle, but projects to guard. That's got to change, right? Yes, it does. I mean, I've been banging this drum since I don't know when. Like Max Wright, who's a tackle take, they kind of want him as a tweener take, or have told us that. I don't see how he's almost 6'8", and they're going to try to play him at guard. That's coaching malpractice. I don't think there's any way he doesn't end up playing anything besides tackle. Nick Robertson is a guard or center. And John Turrentine is 6'3". He's like 265 right now. I think he can play tackle and will be able to play tackle. That's where they're going to try him out first. But if it doesn't work, like, he's going to be a really good guard. So the Turrentine one's a little different. But yeah, Scherer probably guard more than tackle. Good thing is, Bryson Martinez, the LSU commit to trying to flip, he's a true tackle. Probably more of a right tackle than a left, but he can play left tackle in the SEC, has the length, athleticism, and frame to do it. So,
what school is he at?
He is at East Ascension in Gonzales. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at these. Who will be in Alito's 6A district? I bet they're going to get stuck in like the Mansfield, Lake Ridge, Crowley district, North Crowley district. That'd be awesome. I'd love to see Alito North Crowley once a year. But we're not going to know the official districts for Alito or anyone in UIL until realignment day, which is early or mid-February every even year. So, I mean, it's this February. But, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at these other ones. Manchester Red said, just curious if we get him back in the fold. What is Epps' ceiling? Maybe a player comp. A player comp is hard, but I guess I'll just break him down. He's been on Tustin's varsity squad since his freshman year. Played safety as a freshman, grew into a linebacker as a sophomore, and then as a junior, he's still playing linebacker. But there's a difference in tape sophomore and junior year. Like, it's not see ball, run and get the ball. Like, he's actually doing linebacker things, making reads, making decisions, and he knows how to read the triangle now. Super, super athletic, 6'4", 220. Some think he could grow into an edge. He has the length and athleticism to do it. I think he should stick at backer because he still has kind of some of that safety mobility. Like a really, really fun prospect. Also he's played a lot of offense this year. Most of the time it's been like garbage time stuff. There were 2 games this year where they were down, had to get a touchdown late, and they put him in and threw the ball to him every play.
Nice.
So really awesome player, great young man. I've enjoyed meeting him, getting to see him in person at OT7 tournaments because he plays with Trillion boys. But I mean, the ceiling is NFL. I think he's our 73 overall prospect, so that's early round 3 or an early round 3 projection, and I mean, he deserves it. So, and the reason I'm talking about him like this and saying it's a big deal too for Epps and him not being committed to Texas is they're not in it for anyone else that is ranked ahead of Taven Epps besides Cooper Witten, and they're like 5th or 6th place for him right now. So I don't think they're getting Witten. If you don't get Epps, like, what does the linebacker class look like? And on top of this, I think it's bad because how did Texas get Tyler Atkinson? Well, they paid the most. That's what it was. That's that recruitment. They have a lot invested in them. It does not make sense to have a ton of money spent 2 years in a row at the linebacker position, but you're going to have to go out of state in 2027 since you probably won't get Witten. So you're probably going to have to try to find some budget takes and take shots on evals at linebacker in 27 because you don't really want to bag anyone since you paid Atkinson a bunch the year before. So I'm very curious to see about 27 linebackers. What does it look like for Dickinson in the high school playoffs? That is a great question.
I'll do some investigating.
I do not know. Vegas is outpricing the middle class. Everywhere is outpricing the middle class.
Yeah.
But especially Vegas. I mean, I saw something on Twitter. Their like tourist numbers are way down this year.
Good.
Hey, Bevo Lance Jason makes a good point. Why go there when I can bet on games online and drive to WinStar?
Great point.
Yep.
Great point.
Kirby will be running down the sideline in deep coverage. Man, that was so hilarious in the SEC championship game last year when Matt Golden ran that comeback and like high pointed the ball, and Kirby's right there next to the DB in the play, just like basically in sync. That was pretty funny. And I mean, dude, Matt Golden, that had to have been the best game he ever played in a Texas uniform. He was so clutch that day. Or the Arizona State game because he caught the game winner.
All right, Dickinson, round 1. Got to play at Tascasita. Tough.
Yeah, sorry. Pump up the basketballs. Jake Bayless said Kirby's going to say how everyone doubted them if they win, even though they're 5-point favorites. Yeah, that's what he does. Bear said, can USC change jersey numbers legally? That fake punter was wearing that wrong number. Okay, so I looked into this. Do you know what they're talking about, Nick?
I do. I did see this. I'd be curious of your answer here.
So USC, whoever they played this past week that they did this on, I'm forgetting who they played. I watched that game. It was Northwestern, right?
USC?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. But last week, not the week they pulled this fake punt, but the week before, they changed Sam or Brock, I think it's Sam Heward's number, to 88 or whatever the punter number was. They did that the week before they put him in for the fake punt. And you can change numbers in the middle of the season. It's legal. Like Xavier Worthy went from 8 to 1 for the Alamo Bowl, I think it was. Yeah. You can change jersey numbers in the season. They did it the week before they pulled the fake punt. They stick them out there. Up until that jersey change, the punter had been the number he changed it into. I think it was 88. So everyone thinks he's the punter. No, he is just a backup quarterback wearing a punter jersey because he switched the week before. That's how they got away with it. I assume they're going to change those rules. But if they don't, whoever is tasked with double checking the roster week to week, their margin for error has decreased. Because college football is a copycat world. Someone's going to try to run this stunt too.
Hey, after further review, I think Dickinson gets through Atascocita. Got a text from our boy Lando. Carde Mack might not be playing, and Dickinson's undefeated. They're 10-0. So
I didn't know they're 10-0. Hey, Atascocita, maybe it's time for them to pump up the basketballs. They have this kid named Rashid Smith. He goes by Rocket. And if he's playing without Carde, they might be all right. He's like a running back QB for them too, just like Carde is.
Nice.
Yeah, I know JW Crunch. It's really bad. It's really bad. What other stuff do we have here? Does Nick Brooks move to tackle? Maybe. It'd have to be right tackle, I think. I just don't think his feet are fast enough or he's athletic enough to play left tackle in the SEC. Okay, here's a fun one. Manchester Red said, think I've asked this before, but top 5 prospects, top 3 to 5 favorite 2027 prospects. Landon Williams-Callis. I don't give a shit that he's 5'7". His cousin, Jaquiz Rogers, was 5'5.5" at the NFL Combine and played in the league for 8 years, and he still got drafted too. I mean, this is a kid who's gone sub 10.5, or he went like 10.51, and he's on pace to be top 10 all time in career rushing yards, and he will finish number 2 all time in career touchdowns scored behind Jonathan Gray, because no one is ever going to break Jonathan Gray's record of 205 career touchdowns. So he's in there.
Can I contend with you for a minute here? You're gonna hate me here. I love Landon Williams-Callis. He's one of the best players in the state of Texas. So much fun. And I think he's going to be great at the college level too. I do. He should not be getting 5-star love. He should not be getting anywhere close to 5-star love. The fact that he is 5'6", 5'7" alone, it doesn't matter how good he is in college, he's going day 3. I hate that, but that's the reality of it. And you talk about Jaquiz Rogers, you can talk about Darren Sproles. The league has changed over the course of the last decade. It's only gotten bigger, faster, stronger. And, when you look at guys like Deuce Vaughn, who can't even get snaps in the NFL, it's tough for me to see a reality where Landon Williams-Callis gets drafted in the first or second round.
I guess Landon Williams-Callis does have haters.
I'm not hating on him. I love the kid. I love the
Okay.
kid. I wish it would work out for him. I think realistically speaking, though, it's just not going to.
We have him 32nd overall, 5'7.5", 190, and he's the lowest ranked 5-star. Again, he's 32nd overall. And yeah, cousins James and Jaquiz Rogers. Always forget his uncle. This is on his mom's side. Second round pick out of Colorado at safety in the 02 draft. Michael Lewis played for the Eagles, Niners, and Rams during an 8-year NFL career. Was also first team All Big 12 twice, in case people remember him. Okay, so Landon Williams-Callis. I'd go Kennedy Brown and Humble Kingwood. I don't think he's the level of prospect that he's ranked at as a top 5, but he's a 5-star easily. About 6'4", not the tallest tackle prospect, but he has a wingspan that is verified over 7 feet and has like 12-inch hands, like 37-inch arms. Super, super lengthy. He's thrown a shot put over 50 feet. He's a great young man. Grew up moving around, lived in Houston, Dallas, Indiana. Notre Dame isn't really in it, though, and it's kind of wild the Hoosiers aren't. Maybe they don't know that, though. I don't know. So I'd go him. Alvin Mosley, the receiver at Fort Bend Crawford that I found when he didn't have any basketball or any football offers. He had one basketball offer. You go D1 on the hardwood or the gridiron. You know, that high point, super athletic receiver, dangerous after the catch. Texas leads for him too, by the way. I'd go Trey Moore probably out of Weiss, 6'4", 200-pound kid, big-bodied possession receiver, can also go up and get it. Has great bloodlines. And then, you know, I really have actually not talked to him in person, but Cooper Witten, just his game, what he does at the private school level, I mean, he's a terrorist. And what he's done in camps, like he's terrific. He's super fun to watch, and he's also like Argyle Liberty Christian's leading receiver, and they throw fade balls to him as like a 6'3" linebacker prospect. So I'd go there. Beaver Lynch Jason, do I like or love Dripping Springs playoff chances? Are they in the D1 or D2 bracket? They
Hey, look, I got it up right here. Basically.
They're D2 because Lake Travis and Bowie are D1. They'll be all right. I think they have Vandergrift round 1. I think.
Westlake has Vandergrift round 1.
That's right. Nathan said Texas went out, got the Memphis GM, Georgia Tech GM, and promoted J.M. Jones. They all seem like great hires, so how are they so behind in their player personnel process? Well, the Memphis GM, I believe, was an assistant GM, and I think the Georgia Tech GM was either assistant GM or the director of scouting. He is the director of scouting title at Texas. To my understanding, he's in charge of scouting the state of Georgia and the Southeast. Memphis GM oversees a lot of Josh Dunson is his name, oversees a lot of scouting stuff. And then J.M. Jones is the director of player personnel. This is kind of the answer to your question. How are they so behind the scenes? Well, CEO, head coach. Sark approves every offer that's sent out. They can't offer a kid without getting the green light from Sark. And he won't really let them take shots on guys. So, yeah, that's where they're at right now. They're behind on offering kids, and the kids that they have offered, they're behind in building relationships and other things. And, like, that's going to matter when other schools are better at building relationships with the kid than you are. And they're also paying that kid early or offering him to. Like, you're going to lose. So, yeah.
Noted.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan makes a great point. It only really worked for USC since they don't have names on the back of the jersey.
Yeah.
But it's also like, isn't Sam Heward like 6'3", 6'4"? Was no one like, damn, the punter wasn't 6'4" 2 drives ago, you know? But I guess that's Northwestern football. I don't know. Hey, that sounds like a great one. Tascasita, 7 Links basketball, top 5 matchup.
Hell yeah.
Damn, Rockets out for the season. Now Lane is on here commenting.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either. Yeah, I haven't seen a Tascasita.
Here you are trying to tell Dickinson to pump up the basketballs. I haven't seen a Tascasita.
Well, I mean, that is a good point, but a Tascasita's dangerous, man. I mean, they beat the shit out of Katy this year. So,
yeah.
And Dickinson did too. All right, I got to check them out. The Gators proving us wrong. Hey, you see this?
Hey, and he'll be the last one because it never worked out for him. And now teams, whenever they think about drafting a small skill player, they point right back to his ass. He set Short Kings back by 15 years because Deuce Vaughn went in the 6th round.
Little guys wear it down and big guys don't get any smaller.
Yeah.
Good point. Hey, Antoine, I'm telling you, Alvin Mosley is a grown-ass man. I don't know how someone else, he doesn't have bigger offers. Woodcrest said, Jordan, Nick, how does someone get into covering recruiting if they didn't major in journalism?
You're asking the two perfect people for this.
Yeah, you go first. How you ended up in recruiting?
Man, just find somewhere to get in. Start showing up to games. Start doing your own thing on Twitter. And if you are working your ass off hard enough and covering ground hard enough, then you will get noticed. For me, and Jordan can probably speak to the same thing, but for me, it was about putting my name out there so much that it became impossible to ignore me or impossible to ignore, the work that I was putting out. And so that's what I did. I did it for free, basically, for 2 years. That was the tough part, but once you get past that threshold, man, it's nice and it's rewarding. So that would be and honestly, you'd be shocked how many people who cover recruiting actually did major in journalism. There's not many. There's not many at all. It is a grind your ass off, get to know people industry, not a, hey, you need to know this, and that industry. It's just about doing what you got to do.
Yeah, because a lot of people think you need a degree. At the end of the day, our jobs are figure out where the top high school football players in the country are going to play college football before it's public information. That is what our job is. And you don't need a degree for that. You need to be able to understand people, talk with people, and figure out a way to get information out of them. That's what the job is. Networking, working with your coworkers, and, just being a good dude. I truly believe karma's a real thing. What you put out is what you get back. And there's a reason, I try to help kids as freshmen and sophomores, because whenever they blow up, if I hit on them and I'm right, and 3 years later, they're a top prospect in the country and everyone's, blowing them up, they're probably going to answer to me if I was showing them love whenever they didn't even have a Twitter account made to post offers. But I got in, originally did photography, videography, was into that. Helped start whatever Texas Football Life. That's the logo, social media account. So that's how I was able to get into games, because they don't really let freelance photographers, videographers on field in games in the state of Texas, at least for high school. So I had Texas Football Life. That's what I used to get into games. I met Nick at a game, actually. Started sharing some info, came source, came friends. And then over time, I just got really tired of photography, videography. Everyone wants a discount, including your friends. And you don't go to your barber and ask for a discount. Why do people come to me and think they could get a discount? And the whole photography, videography world is like that. You eat what you kill. There's no salary unless you go to college, get a degree, and are on a college media team. But even then, those guys don't make any money. And you have to have a degree to click buttons on a camera. It made no sense. So I had to figure something else out because I wasn't going to college. And I remember we were playing Xbox. And I was like, what should I do? And you were like, try recruiting. And I was like, no, I don't want a degree. And then that's when I found out you didn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, went and created a really shitty website on Wix.com for Texas Football Life. Wrote 10 stories on there. I would just go to random high school spring practices and see top players. I went and saw Colton Vosick and Micah Hudson and Kewan Lacey, guys like that. Wrote enough stories, had a big enough portfolio, and then Nick hooked me up with our Baylor 247 site, where I wrote 10 stories a month for $300 a month for a year. And I started earning a full-time salary June of 2023. So about 26 months after graduating high school. And the last real job I worked was I was working at a bar and doing DoorDash, and I was doing all that and not making any money. But the last real job I worked at would have been October, September of 2022. Found out one of my good friends died from COVID. And I was like, man, screw this. I can't be half my eggs in this basket trying to make money at this bar, half my eggs in this Texas Football Life media basket. Like, I have to go all in on this. I could die walking to my car in the parking lot if someone hits me. I can die at any moment. Might as well do something I love. Why am I wasting all my time busting these tables? So I went on a break on a Thursday afternoon. I never came back. We went and watched.
Damn. You Irish goodbye their ass? That's crazy.
No, I told them I was leaving. I was like, I'm see ya. And I clocked out, drove to Houston, and we went and saw Harold Perkins and Connor Wigman play that night, that Thursday. And then I forgot who I saw that Friday. Oh, Landon was also at that game. He was in the comments. Friday, we went and saw, I think it was Atascocita and C.E. King with Cam Dewberry, Dylan Spencer.
Sounds about right.
And I think we saw Fort Bend Travis and Katie Tompkins that night. Caleb Komalafi, Matthew O'Gunnerin.
Yeah.
They had this kid who's at Houston Christian now. His nickname was Baby Hollywood. Monster. But yeah, Woodcrest, that's how he did it. To be honest with you, I completely lucked into it. And also got lucky that Nick happened to be at that game. Like, I've thought about that a lot. If I never went to the game he was at, I don't know what the fuck I'd be doing right now. Probably would have went to school or community college, or maybe I'd still be working in a bar. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of shit just lined up and worked hard and showed up, and yeah. So, but hey, if anyone ever has questions or anything about how to do it or wants some mentorship, my Twitter, jscruggs247, or you can shoot me an email if you want, jordanscruggs247@gmail.com, and I'd love to help out. All right, what else do we have in here before we get out of here? Hey, the Alvarado Indians once again have to go through the Salina district. Sorry, buddy.
Damn.
Sorry.
Granted, Salina does not have an entire coaching staff right now, so.
What? I thought it's just head coach.
It is, but I'm just kind of riffing a little bit.
They got Bo Bentley to drive the bus. They'll be all right. Player coach.
Yeah.
Thoughts on ACC after this past weekend? Dog shit. One-team league. Some people think they can get left out. There's no way they get left out. 2 G5 champs would have to get in and be ranked higher than them, and that's not happening. Yeah, Antoine, it does. That's why the college football playoff press conferences usually have a ton of info out of them, because that's when the playoff requires that people make their coordinators and people available. And also, that's when they make the entire team be available. That's why there was that famous photo of Arch and Quinn when everyone is at Arch's podium and no one at Quinn's. It's because we haven't, the media wasn't able to interview Arch Manning for over a year at that point. That's why it was like that. Sorry, what other stuff? Do you have to sell ass for journalism? I don't know about other people.
I never had to go that way. Route.
Didn't have to do that. Yeah. Hey, there you go. There it is. Sorry, I'm trying to think of I was making cappuccinos too. That was before the bar job. I was a barista. I was a busboy, host. There's this in 4 Points near Steiner Ranch, there's a self-pour tap house bar that I worked at. That was the last real job I worked at before this. And it was very strange. That was when I was sober, working at a self-pour tap house, and everyone was just hammered around me.
And no, this is not Lando that has the Lando show.
Yeah, no, I know. Come here to Dickinson and write some on the QB. Give us his name, and I will check him out. Woodcrest, said Jordan Nick. Are you Texas fans growing up?
I was a Frogs fan growing up, believe it or not.
A TCU fan. And then he's like, wait, Trevone Boykin? He got arrested for what?
No, this is what happened. I grew up wanting to go to TCU my whole life. And but none of my family went to college, so it was kind of just pick your team growing up, and I picked TCU for some weird reason when I was 8 years old. And it came time around to start looking into colleges, and I looked at the tuition price at TCU, and I looked at the tuition price at Texas, and I said, hook 'em.
Yeah. Hey, your boy
then I ended up in North Texas, so go Mean Green.
Your boy didn't even get that far. Man, it's a story for another day, but I had a horrific GPA in high school. I did not care about my future at all in high school. And so when I got into UTEP, I was like, hell yeah.
You got into UTEP? I did not know that.
Go and look up the acceptance percentage, 100%. I was like, oh shit, but yeah, like I had very few college options, and also like I'm a white man from an affluent area, not good at sports, not good grades. I'm paying full price 1,000% wherever I go. So yeah. But no, my dad grew up in Austin, went to Texas on the baseball team for a little bit. And had season tickets growing up, went to some basketball, baseball games too. And my grandparent or my granddad, who is my mom's stepdad, had season tickets for baseball, football, basketball. I don't think he has any of them anymore, but he would take us to games too. And he was actually a male cheerleader at Texas. So big hook'em guy. Still is. So yeah. And man, hey, I could talk about Steiner for a while. Saw some things at Tap House. All right. You guys are gonna be the historians like Craig Way, Kirk Bolt. Man, if I could ever be like Craig Way, if I could be half as good as Craig Way, I'll take it. I will take it.
You're like, yeah, Craig, Kirk, Chip, but if I could be like Craig Way.
No, I mean, I work with Chip and Kirk. They're great, but
I know. I was fucking
Craig Way is so good that Texas fans are going to be pissed at whoever is inevitably going to have to replace him.
Yeah,
because they're not going to be able to live up to him. And I would listen to Craig Way on, like, I try to sync it up with the TV. I'm just too lazy.
Yeah.
Someone with how much AI and new stuff is getting discovered with technology right now, someone needs to make an app. You can sync up your favorite radio station to the college game, and you just hit record, and it figures out a way to sync it up perfectly. That would be amazing. I'm sure that can be figured out somehow. Not by us, though. But all right, y'all. We're getting out of here. I don't know who I'm going to be on here tomorrow with. Maybe Wags. Maybe Colin Kennedy. Nick's to Hollywood now. Helped us get out of my mama house, and now, wants to leave us alone. So, crazy. Didn't believe in magic till I see my dog turn to a snake.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but all right. What do we have up next from BK? Up next, the SEC Unfiltered recaps Week 11 in the SEC. We're going to end the live stream. We appreciate everyone who tuned in today. CB, Jack Burton, Woodcrest, Antoine, Lando, Sticky, Nathan, Beavalanche, Jason, CB. I know Wags in there too. Appreciate all y'all. We do appreciate the support. Like I said, running the stream, but Chip Brown's Collier going to be back on it at 2. Y'all have a great one and happy Monday.